Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. 9 years ago, when I was 15, my family packed up our entire life and moved from the suburbs to a small mountain town in northwest North Carolina. The transition felt like stepping into a different world entirely. Our new house sat on 3 acres of partially cleared land, surrounded by towering pines and ancient oaks that seemed to whisper secrets in the wind. The nearest neighbor was a quarter-mile away, and the closest grocery store required a 20-minute drive down winding mountain roads. My parents, David and Susan, had grown tired of city life and wanted to give my younger brother Tommy and me a taste of rural living. Tommy was 11 at the time, still young enough to find adventure in catching fireflies and building forts, but old enough to understand that this move meant leaving behind friends and familiar places. For me, the isolation felt like freedom. No more crowded hallways at school, no more traffic noise at night, just the endless expanse of wilderness right outside our back door. The house itself was a modest 2-story structure with a wraparound porch that offered panoramic views of the Blue Ridge Mountains. What captivated me most was how the forest seemed to press against our property line, as if nature was reclaiming its territory 1 inch at a time. Deer would graze in our backyard during dawn and dusk, and the calls of barred owls echoed through the darkness each night. Within our first week, we met Dan Carpenter, our nearest neighbor who lived down a gravel road that disappeared into the woods across from our driveway. Dan was a weathered man in his 60s with calloused hands and knowing eyes who had lived on his property for over 30 years. He owned nearly 200 acres of mixed hardwood and pine forest, land that had been in his family for generations. When he learned about my interest in hiking and the outdoors, he graciously offered to let me explore his property. "Just respect the land," he told me one evening, as we stood on his front porch, watching the sun set behind the tree line. "These mountains have been here long before us, and they'll be here long after we're gone. Treat them right, and they'll show you things most folks never get to see." The weight of his words settled over me like a promise. I had no idea how prophetic they would prove to be, or how the mountains would indeed show me something that would haunt my dreams for years to come. That first Saturday morning in October arrived crisp and clear, with frost coating the grass and our breath visible in the cool mountain air. The leaves had begun their spectacular transformation, painting the mountainsides in brilliant shades of amber, crimson, and gold. It was the kind of morning that demanded exploration, and I was determined to venture deeper into Dan's property than I had gone before. Convincing Tommy to join me took considerable effort. He preferred his video games and comic books to trudging through underbrush and climbing over fallen logs. But something in my enthusiasm must have been contagious because he eventually agreed, though not without extracting promises that we wouldn't stay out too long and that I would let him choose what we watched on television that evening. I packed my day pack with water bottles, granola bars, and my father's old binoculars. The weight of them around my neck felt reassuring, like carrying a piece of adult responsibility into the wilderness. I also grabbed my bright orange hunting cap, a precaution our father had drilled into us since hunting season had recently begun. The mountains during hunting season could be dangerous for anyone not wearing proper visibility gear. Tommy bundled himself in a thick fleece jacket and complained about the early hour, but I could see excitement building in his eyes as we walked down Dan's long gravel driveway. The stones crunched beneath our hiking boots, and the sound seemed amplified in the morning stillness. Dan was outside splitting wood when we arrived, his axe striking the logs with rhythmic precision that spoke of decades of practice. "You boys be careful out there," he called to us, pausing in his work to wipe sweat from his forehead despite the cool temperature. "Stay on the marked trails if you can, and if you see any hunters, make sure they see that orange hat of yours." We thanked him and set off toward the tree line, where a well-worn path disappeared into the shadows of the forest. The trees seemed to swallow us whole once we left the clearing around Dan's house. Massive trunks rose like pillars supporting a living cathedral, their branches forming a canopy so thick that only scattered beams of sunlight reached the forest floor. The path we followed was clearly maintained, probably used by Dan for accessing different parts of his property. But after about half a mile, we noticed a smaller, less obvious trail branching off to our left. This secondary path was narrow and partially overgrown, as if it hadn't been used regularly in some time. Something about its mysterious nature drew me like a magnet. "Come on," I told Tommy, adjusting the strap of my binoculars. "Let's see where this goes." Tommy hesitated, studying the dim pathway that wound between closely spaced pine trees. "Are you sure we should?" Dan said to stay on the marked trails. But my 15-year-old sense of adventure had already made the decision. I was already stepping onto the narrow path, pushing aside low-hanging branches and feeling the soft pine needles compress beneath my feet. Tommy, reluctant to be left alone, followed close behind. The unmarked trail proved more challenging than the main path we had abandoned. Fallen logs blocked our way at regular intervals, forcing us to climb over or crawl under obstacles that scratched at our jackets and caught on our pants. The forest grew denser as we progressed, with thick stands of pine trees creating a tunnel-like effect that seemed to muffle all sound except our own breathing and footsteps. 20 minutes into this detour, the character of the woods began to change. The well-maintained forest of Dan's property gave way to something wilder and more untamed. Underbrush grew thicker, and I noticed more dead trees standing like gray skeletons among the living ones. The very air felt different here, heavier somehow, with an underlying mustiness that suggested places where sunlight rarely penetrated. It was Tommy who first spotted the deer stand. "Look up there," he whispered, pointing toward a large oak tree about 50 yards ahead. The structure was clearly handmade, constructed from rough lumber and camouflaged with military surplus netting that had faded to a dull green-brown. It sat approximately 20 feet above the ground, accessible by wooden boards nailed directly into the tree trunk as a makeshift ladder. The stand looked recent enough to be functional, but something about it felt different from the hunting blinds I had seen on Dan's property. My curiosity overcame my caution. Despite Tommy's protests, I approached the base of the tree and began climbing the improvised ladder. The boards creaked under my weight, and I noticed that several were loose or partially rotted. When I finally reached the hunting platform, I found it empty except for an old plastic chair and some scattered cigarette butts. But it was the view from the stand that made my heart race. Through the trees, roughly 300 yards in the distance, I could make out the roof of a structure that definitely wasn't on any map of Dan's property. The building appeared to be constructed from a mixture of materials, metal roofing, wooden siding, and what looked like blue tarps covering sections where the original roof had failed. "What do you see?" Tommy called up from below, his voice tight with nervous energy. "There's a building out there," I called back, trying to keep my voice steady. "Some kind of house or cabin." When I climbed down and described what I had seen, Tommy's face went pale. "Maybe we should go back," he suggested. "We don't know whose property that is, and we might be trespassing." But the rational part of my brain had been overwhelmed by adolescent curiosity. The presence of that mysterious structure felt like a puzzle that demanded solving. Against Tommy's better judgment, I convinced him to continue toward the building, arguing that we would just get close enough for a better look, and then turn back. The decision would prove to be the most dangerous mistake of my young life. As we approached the mysterious structure, the forest around us seemed to grow more oppressive with each step. The trees pressed closer together, their branches intertwining overhead to form an almost impenetrable canopy that reduced the October afternoon to perpetual twilight. Our footsteps on the pine needle carpet seemed unnaturally loud, and I found myself wincing at every small sound we made. About 100 yards from our destination, we encountered an abandoned vehicle that stopped us both in our tracks. An old Jeep Cherokee sat at an odd angle beside the path, its front end pointed toward the trees as if the driver had simply pulled off the trail and walked away. The vehicle was ancient, probably from the late 1980s, and showed extensive rust damage along its wheel wells and door frames. All 4 tires were flat, and kudzu vines had begun climbing over the hood and windshield. What struck me most about the abandoned Jeep was how it had gotten to this remote location in the first place. We were now at least a mile from any road accessible to vehicles, and the narrow path we had followed would have been impossible for anything larger than an ATV to navigate. Yet here sat this full-sized SUV, slowly being reclaimed by the forest. Tommy ran his hand along the vehicle's dusty side panel, leaving tracks in the accumulated grime. "This thing's been here for years," he observed, his voice barely above a whisper. Beyond the abandoned Jeep, the land rose sharply in a steep embankment that we had to scramble up on hands and knees, grabbing exposed roots and small saplings for handholds. The slope was treacherous with loose rocks and crumbling soil that gave way under our feet. When we finally reached the top, breathing hard from the exertion, we found ourselves face to face with what could only generously be called a house. The structure before us was a nightmare assemblage of mismatched materials and desperate repairs. The main building appeared to have started as a small cabin, but multiple additions had been cobbled together using salvaged lumber, metal sheeting, and blue plastic tarps. Windows were completely covered with layers of newspaper and duct tape, creating an impenetrable barrier that prevented any glimpse of the interior. The front door was likewise sealed, with what appeared to be a heavy screen door secured with multiple layers of silver tape. To one side of the main structure stood a rusted playground, set that had clearly seen better decades. The swing set's chains hung at odd angles, some missing their seats entirely, while others supported swings that had rotted away to mere fragments of plastic and metal. A small slide, once painted bright red, had faded to the color of dried blood and was partially collapsed on one side. But it was the smell that truly unsettled me. A sharp, chemical odor hung in the air around the property, unlike anything I had encountered before. It wasn't the clean scent of pine trees or the earthy aroma of decomposing leaves that characterized the rest of the forest. This smell was harsh and synthetic, with an underlying sweetness that made my throat burn when I breathed too deeply. Tommy grabbed my arm, his fingernails digging into my jacket sleeve. "We need to leave," he said, his voice shaking. "Right now." But teenage curiosity had transformed into something approaching obsession. I had to know what was behind those newspaper-covered windows, what was causing that strange smell, and why someone had gone to such lengths to hide their activities in the middle of the wilderness. My decision to circle around to the back of the property would haunt me for years to come. Despite Tommy's increasingly frantic pleas to return home, I felt compelled to solve the mystery of this hidden compound. The rational part of my brain whispered warnings, but the overwhelming need to understand what I was seeing drowned out all caution. Behind the main structure, the scene became even more disturbing. A small travel trailer sat on blocks about 30 yards from the house, connected to it by a series of extension cords and garden hoses that snaked across the ground like mechanical veins. The trailer was old and weather-beaten, its aluminum siding streaked with rust stains and green mold. A thin column of smoke rose from a makeshift chimney pipe that had been crudely installed through the roof. Scattered around the trailer were dozens of blue plastic barrels, the 50-gallon drums used for storing chemicals or other industrial materials. Some were empty and lying on their sides, while others appeared to be full and were connected to an elaborate network of plastic tubing and hoses. The chemical smell that had been noticeable near the main house was overwhelming here, so strong that it made my eyes water and my throat burn. An old pickup truck, possibly from the 1970s, sat near the trailer with its tailgate down. The truck bed was filled with what appeared to be bags of fertilizer, boxes of cold medicine, and other materials I couldn't immediately identify. But even my 15-year-old mind was beginning to piece together the horrifying truth of what we had stumbled upon. This wasn't just someone's remote cabin or hunting camp. This was a drug manufacturing operation, specifically designed to be hidden from law enforcement in the most remote part of the mountains. The chemical smell, the barrels, the elaborate setup of hoses and equipment, everything pointed to the production of methamphetamine on an industrial scale. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Tommy and I weren't just trespassing on someone's property. We had wandered into the territory of dangerous criminals who would have every reason to ensure that witnesses to their operation never made it home to tell anyone what they had seen. I grabbed my binoculars and crept closer to the trailer, staying low behind the scattered barrels and equipment. Through the small windows, I could see the shadows of at least 2 people moving around inside. Their voices carried through the thin walls of the trailer, raised in what sounded like an argument about measurements and timing. My hands shook as I adjusted the focus on the binoculars, trying to get a clearer view of the operation. But it was at that moment that my bright orange hunting cap, the very safety precaution that was supposed to protect us in the woods, became the instrument of our near doom. A shout erupted from the trailer, followed by the sound of a door slamming open. Through my binoculars, I saw a large man emerge from the trailer, pointing directly at our hiding spot. He had seen the flash of orange through the trees, and our presence was no longer a secret. The man began yelling to someone inside the trailer, his words carrying clearly across the distance between us. "We got company. Kids with binoculars." The next few moments unfolded with the surreal quality of a nightmare. Tommy and I crouched behind the chemical barrels, frozen in terror as the implications of our discovery crashed over us like a wave. These weren't hunters or harmless mountain folk we had stumbled upon. These were criminals engaged in serious felonies who would view 2 teenage witnesses as an existential threat to their operation. A second man emerged from the trailer, and I could see both of them clearly now through my binoculars. The first was tall and heavy-set, with long, unkempt hair and a thick beard that had gone gray at the edges. He wore dirty overalls and heavy work boots, and his hands gestured wildly as he spoke to his companion. The second man was shorter but more wiry, with nervous energy that was visible even from our distant vantage point. What made my stomach drop to my feet was the sight of firearms. Both men were now armed, the tall one carrying what appeared to be a shotgun while his companion held a handgun. They were scanning the tree line methodically, clearly trying to locate exactly where we were hiding. "We have to run," I whispered to Tommy, my voice barely audible even to myself. "When I say go, we run back the way we came, and we don't stop." But before I could give the signal, a new element entered the terrifying tableau. The sound of barking erupted from behind the trailer, deep and aggressive. The men were releasing a dog, a large one, from the sound of its bark. Through the binoculars, I watched the tall man attach a thick chain to what appeared to be a Rottweiler or similar breed, a muscular animal that strained against its restraint with obvious eagerness to pursue us. The psychological impact of seeing that dog was overwhelming. Tommy began to hyperventilate beside me, his breathing coming in short, panicked gasps. I realized that our situation had moved beyond mere danger into something approaching a life-or-death scenario. These men had the advantage of knowing the terrain, they were armed, and they had a tracking dog. We were just 2 kids who had wandered far from safety into a situation that was rapidly spiraling beyond our control. The decision to run came when the dog's barking grew louder and I realized the men were moving in our direction. There was no more time for planning or strategy. I grabbed Tommy's hand and we bolted from our hiding place, crashing through the underbrush with abandon. Behind us, the shouting intensified as the men spotted our movement. The voices that followed us were filled with rage and desperation. I caught fragments of their threats carried on the mountain air, promises of what they would do if they caught us, crude descriptions of how they would ensure we never told anyone what we had seen. The words were meant to terrorize, and they succeeded completely. We ran through the forest with the kind of desperate speed that only comes from mortal fear. Branches whipped at our faces and clothes, rocks turned under our feet, and roots caught at our ankles. Behind us, the sound of the dog grew steadily closer, its barking now mixed with the crashing sounds of our pursuers moving through the underbrush. The terror of being hunted by armed men and their dog transformed every shadow in the forest into a potential hiding place, and every sound into a harbinger of capture. My mind raced through possibilities as we fled, trying to remember every piece of wilderness survival knowledge I had ever absorbed from books, television shows, and conversations with experienced outdoorsmen. The key, I realized, was to break our scent trail and find concealment that would allow the search party to pass by us. Simply running would eventually lead to capture. The dog would track us relentlessly, and the men knew the terrain better than we did. We needed to disappear. About 200 yards from the drug operation, I spotted our salvation, a massive oak tree that had fallen years earlier, probably during a winter storm. The trunk was easily 4 feet in diameter and had created a natural barrier when it fell across a small depression in the forest floor. The space beneath the log was partially filled with accumulated leaves and debris, creating a hollow that could conceivably hide 2 small people. "This way," I hissed to Tommy, pulling him toward the fallen tree. "We're going to hide under here." Tommy's eyes were wide with panic, but he followed my lead without question. I quickly explained my plan as we approached the log. He would crawl into the depression first, pressing himself as close to the trunk as possible, and I would lie in front of him, using my body to shield him from discovery. Then we would cover ourselves with leaves and debris and remain absolutely motionless until the search party passed by. The plan required splitting up, even briefly, and that terrified me almost as much as the approaching dog. But I knew it was our only chance. I sent Tommy to hide under the log while I ran toward a nearby creek, my bright orange hunting cap clutched in my hand. At the water's edge, I hurled the hat as far as I could toward the opposite bank, hoping it would create a false trail that would lead our pursuers away from our actual hiding place. When I returned to the fallen oak, Tommy was already concealed in the depression, his small body pressed against the massive trunk. I crawled in next to him, pulling armfuls of leaves and forest debris over both of us until we were completely covered. The smell of rotting vegetation filled my nostrils, and I had to consciously control my breathing to avoid coughing or making any sound that might give away our position. We lay there in the darkness beneath our makeshift camouflage, listening to the sounds of our pursuers growing steadily closer. The dog's barking became more excited as it picked up our scent trail, and I could hear the heavy footsteps of the 2 men crashing through the underbrush. Their voices were clearer now, filled with a mixture of anger and frustration. "They can't have gone far," one of them was saying. "Kids that age can't move through this terrain that fast." "The dog's got them," replied the other voice. "Look how excited he's getting. They went this way." The sound of their approach was terrifying in its methodical nature. These weren't panicked amateurs stumbling around in the woods. They were conducting a systematic search, following the dog's nose and using their knowledge of the terrain to anticipate where we might try to hide. When they passed within 30 yards of our hiding place, I could smell cigarette smoke and hear their heavy breathing from the exertion of moving through the dense forest. But then, miraculously, the sounds began to move away from us. The dog had picked up the scent trail leading toward the creek where I had thrown my orange hat, and our pursuers were following the false lead I had created. Their voices grew fainter as they moved in the wrong direction, buying us precious time to plan our escape. We remained hidden under the fallen oak for what felt like hours, but was probably closer to 30 minutes, listening as the sounds of our pursuers faded into the distance. When we could no longer hear any trace of the dog's barking or the men's voices, I carefully pushed aside our covering of leaves and debris and peered out into the forest around us. The woods had returned to their natural stillness, with only the whisper of wind through the trees and the distant call of a crow breaking the silence. But the peaceful atmosphere felt deceptive now, as if the forest itself had been contaminated by what we had witnessed. Every shadow could conceal a threat. Every rustle of leaves might herald the return of our pursuers. "Are they gone?" Tommy whispered, his voice hoarse from fear and the effort of remaining silent for so long. "I think so," I replied, though I wasn't certain of anything anymore. "But we need to get out of here right now, and we need to be smart about it." The journey back to Dan's property became an exercise in controlled paranoia. We moved through the forest like hunted animals, freezing at every unexpected sound and taking cover behind trees whenever we heard anything that might indicate human presence. What had been an adventurous hike into the wilderness that morning had transformed into a desperate escape from people who would have no hesitation about harming us to protect their criminal enterprise. My 15-year-old mind struggled to process the full implications of what we had discovered. The drug operation we had stumbled upon represented serious organized crime, the kind of activity that attracted violent criminals who viewed murder as simply another business expense. We weren't just witnesses to illegal activity. We were loose ends that needed to be eliminated. The physical demands of our escape were made worse by the psychological trauma of being hunted. Every muscle in my body ached from the sustained tension, and my throat burned from breathing heavily during our flight through the forest. Tommy was in even worse condition, stumbling frequently and requiring constant encouragement to keep moving. When we finally emerged from the tree line near Dan's property, both of us were scratched, dirty, and emotionally drained. Dan was working in his barn when he saw us approaching, and the expression on his face told me that our ordeal was written clearly in our appearance. "You boys look like you've seen a ghost," he said, setting down his tools and walking toward us. "What happened out there?" The temptation to tell him everything was overwhelming. Dan was an adult, someone who would know how to handle the situation and protect us from the criminals we had encountered. But the irrational fear that dominated my thinking convinced me that talking about what we had seen would only make the situation worse. What if Dan didn't believe us? What if he told our parents and they forbade us from ever going into the woods again? What if the criminals somehow learned that we had talked? "We just got turned around," I lied, hating myself for the deception but unable to see any alternative. Lost track of time and had to hurry back. Dan studied our faces for a long moment, clearly unconvinced by my explanation. But he didn't press the issue, instead offering to drive us home since we were obviously exhausted. We gratefully accepted the ride, spending the short trip in silence while my mind raced through the events of the day. The decision to keep our discovery secret would haunt me for years. Tommy and I made a pact that afternoon never to speak of what we had seen in the woods, a promise born from fear and the mistaken belief that silence would somehow protect us. We told ourselves that the criminals didn't know who we were or where we lived, that as long as we stayed away from that part of the forest, we would be safe. But the psychological impact of our encounter lingered long after the physical scratches healed. For months afterward, I would wake in the middle of the night, heart pounding from dreams of being chased through endless forests by armed men and vicious dogs. The woods that had once represented freedom and adventure now felt threatening and dangerous, filled with hidden perils that could destroy lives in an instant. It wasn't until years later, when I was in college and the memory had finally begun to lose some of its sharp edges, that I told my father about what Tommy and I had experienced that October afternoon. His reaction was a mixture of concern and relief. Concern that we had been in such serious danger, and relief that we had somehow managed to escape unharmed. The land where we encountered the drug operation has since been purchased by developers and cleared for a housing subdivision. Sometimes I wonder if the construction crews found any evidence of the criminal activity that once flourished in those remote woods, or if the forest simply reclaimed the site and erased all traces of what we had witnessed. The experience taught me that the wilderness, for all its beauty and majesty, can harbor dangers that have nothing to do with wild animals or natural hazards. The most dangerous predators in the mountains walk on two legs and have no connection to the natural world beyond their desire to exploit its remoteness for criminal purposes. I still love hiking and spending time outdoors, but I approach the wilderness with a different kind of respect now. The mountains showed me something that day that most people never see, a glimpse into the darker side of human nature, and the realization that evil can flourish anywhere, even in the most beautiful and seemingly peaceful places on Earth. The memory of that October afternoon serves as a permanent reminder that adventure always carries risk, and that sometimes the price of curiosity can be higher than anyone should have to pay. Tommy and I were lucky that day, lucky that we were smart enough to hide, lucky that our pursuers followed a false trail, and lucky that we made it home safely. Not everyone who stumbles upon such secrets in the wilderness is so fortunate. "5 years ago, during the summer of 2020, I found myself planning an escape from the monotony of everyday life. The pandemic had forced most of us into isolation, and I was desperate for an adventure once travel restrictions began to ease. My longtime friends, Jack, David, and William, were equally eager to reconnect with nature after months of confinement. We settled on a 2-week expedition to the boundary waters that stretch between Minnesota and Canada, a vast labyrinth of interconnected lakes that represent the pinnacle of wilderness canoeing. At 28, I considered myself reasonably experienced in outdoor activities. I'd spent many weekends hiking various trails and had completed several shorter camping trips, but nothing quite as ambitious as what we were planning. The Boundary Waters aren't your typical camping destination. They comprise thousands of pristine lakes spanning over 1 million acres of remote wilderness. The area is so isolated that in many spots you can paddle for days without encountering another human being. Our preparation was extensive. We purchased topographical maps, high-quality camping gear, fishing equipment, and emergency supplies. We invested in a satellite phone, an expense that seemed excessive at the time but would later prove invaluable. The plan was straightforward yet flexible. We would canoe from lake to lake, fish for our meals, and immerse ourselves in the untamed beauty of one of North America's last true wildernesses. We arranged for a helicopter pickup service that would retrieve us whenever we decided our adventure had reached its conclusion. "Remember," David said during our final planning session, "we need to be prepared for anything. Weather changes rapidly up there, and help is hours, sometimes days away." None of us fully comprehended the weight of his words at the time. We were too excited about the prospect of disconnecting from society and reconnecting with each other. Our conversations were filled with anticipation about the fishing, the campfire stories, and the stargazing opportunities. We discussed potential routes, but ultimately decided against a rigid itinerary. The freedom to explore at our own pace was, after all, part of the appeal. The night before our departure, I found myself staring at the ceiling, unable to quiet my thoughts. There was excitement, certainly, but also an inexplicable uneasiness that I couldn't quite place. I dismissed it as pre-adventure jitters and forced myself to close my eyes, knowing that the journey ahead would demand my full energy and attention. We arrived at our entry point on a bright Monday morning. The outfitter who dropped us off gave us a final rundown of safety protocols and weather patterns before wishing us luck. As his truck disappeared down the dirt road, leaving behind only a cloud of dust, the four of us stood at the edge of the first lake, taking in the vastness that stretched before us. "This is it," Jack said, adjusting his backpack. "No turning back now." The first few days unfolded exactly as we had hoped. We established a comfortable routine. Wake at dawn, break camp, paddle until midday, fish for lunch, continue to our next destination, set up camp, fish for dinner, and end the day with stories around a campfire. The lakes were as spectacular as promised, crystal clear waters reflecting the endless blue sky, surrounded by dense forests of pine and birch. Occasionally, we'd spot wildlife, a soaring eagle, a curious otter, or a moose wading in the shallows. By the fourth day, we had settled into the rhythm of wilderness living. The concerns of everyday life seemed increasingly distant, replaced by more immediate considerations: the weather, our food supply, the next campsite. We documented our journey in a shared journal, taking turns recording the day's events and observations. "I haven't felt this relaxed in years," William remarked one evening as we sat around the campfire, our bellies full of freshly caught walleye. "It's like the outside world doesn't exist anymore." I nodded in agreement, though something about his statement lingered in my mind. The isolation, while rejuvenating, also meant vulnerability. We were entirely dependent on ourselves and each other. If something went wrong, help would not be immediately available. The thought was fleeting, quickly chased away by the camaraderie and the simple pleasures of the moment. We stayed up late that night, watching the northern lights dance across the sky in brilliant shades of green and purple, a natural spectacle that seemed to validate our decision to venture this far from civilization. By the end of the first week, we had covered considerable distance, navigating through a series of smaller lakes connected by narrow channels. The weather had been remarkably cooperative, sunny days with mild temperatures and gentle breezes. That changed on our 8th day. We started the morning with plans to reach Lake Insula, one of the larger bodies of water in the area. The journey would involve several hours of paddling, but we had grown confident in our abilities and were eager to explore new territory. About an hour into our journey, while traversing a long, narrow lake, David noticed a change in the atmosphere. "Look at the horizon," he said, pointing northwest. Dark clouds were gathering in the distance, advancing rapidly in our direction. The wind, which had been a gentle companion, suddenly picked up, creating ripples across the previously calm water surface. "We need to find shelter," Jack urged. "Those clouds don't look friendly." We hastened our paddling, searching for a suitable landing spot along the shoreline. The waves were growing with each passing minute, and our canoes, sturdy as they were, weren't designed to handle rough waters. William pulled out his binoculars and confirmed our fears. "The waves ahead are at least 2 feet high and growing," he reported grimly. "We can't proceed." About 20 minutes later, we spotted a small clearing on the eastern shore. It wasn't ideal. The terrain was rocky and slightly elevated, but it offered better protection than continuing on the increasingly turbulent lake. With coordinated effort, we navigated our canoes toward the clearing. The landing was precarious. The waves pushed against our vessels, threatening to capsize them as we approached the shore. Through careful maneuvering and sheer determination, we managed to beach the canoes and quickly unload our essential gear. "Set up the tents first," I shouted over the howling wind. "We need shelter before everything gets soaked." Working together with practiced efficiency, we erected our tents in record time, securing them with extra stakes to withstand the impending storm. Just as we finished tying down the last tent, the rain began. Not a gentle drizzle, but a sudden downpour that seemed to transform day into night. We retreated into our tents, 2 to each, listening to the tempest rage outside. Thunder boomed overhead, followed by flashes of lightning that illuminated our shelters in brief, eerie bursts. The wind tested the resilience of our equipment, causing the tent fabric to flap violently. "Well, this is certainly an adventure now," David attempted to joke from the adjacent tent, his voice barely audible over the storm's fury. Inside my tent, Jack and I laid out our sleeping bags on the ground sheet, creating a barrier against the moisture that had started to seep through the floor despite the tent's waterproof claims. We arranged our packs to form makeshift pillows and settled in for what promised to be a long, uncomfortable night. "Do you think it'll pass by morning?" Jack asked, his usually confident voice tinged with concern. "Let's hope so," I replied, though the intensity of the storm suggested otherwise. "At least we're not out on the water." As night fell, the storm showed no signs of abating. The temperature dropped considerably, adding to our discomfort. We huddled in our sleeping bags, trying to conserve warmth. Sleep was practically impossible with the constant bombardment of noise. The rustling of tent fabric, the pounding of rain, the cracking of thunder, and occasionally, the unsettling sound of branches breaking in the surrounding forest. Throughout the night, I drifted in and out of consciousness, awoken repeatedly by particularly loud thunderclaps, or when the wind threatened to uproot our temporary shelter. In those moments of wakefulness, strange thoughts crept into my mind. I found myself wondering about other campers in the area, whether they had found adequate shelter or were battling the elements as we were. I thought about the vastness of the wilderness around us, how small and insignificant we were in comparison. Most disturbingly, I found myself contemplating what would happen if the storm didn't pass. If we were stranded here for days, our supplies dwindling, the satellite phone potentially damaged by water. When morning finally arrived, it brought with it a welcome reprieve. The rain had reduced to a light drizzle, and the wind had calmed considerably. Emerging from our tents, we surveyed the aftermath. Our campsite had weathered the storm relatively well, though everything was sodden. The surrounding area bore evidence of the night's fury, fallen branches, puddles of water, and debris scattered across the ground. "Well, that was something," William said, stretching his stiff limbs. "Everyone okay?" We nodded, relieved to have made it through without major incident. The lake, which had been so threatening the previous day, now appeared almost serene, though the water level had visibly risen. "Let's assess the damage and dry out what we can," I suggested. "Then we can decide on our next move." With the storm behind us and the sun gradually breaking through the clouds, our spirits lifted. We spent the morning drying our equipment and clothes, hanging them on nearby branches to catch the increasing sunlight. Despite the previous night's discomfort, the conversation was optimistic as we discussed our plans for the day. "I'm thinking we skip the long paddle for today," I said, laying out a map on a relatively dry patch of ground. "Let's fish this lake, get some fresh food, and maybe explore the immediate area on foot." The others agreed readily. None of us were particularly eager to get back on the water so soon after the storm. After a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal, one of the few food items that hadn't been affected by the rain, we gathered our fishing gear and set off along the shoreline. The forest was alive with post-storm activity. Birds called energetically to one another, small animals rustled through the underbrush, and water dripped from the canopy above, creating a continuous ambient soundtrack. We walked in companionable silence, taking in the sights and sounds, occasionally stopping to inspect interesting flora or fauna. "I wonder if the storm drove the fish deeper," Jack mused as we navigated around a fallen tree. "Might be harder to catch anything today." "Only one way to find out," David replied, patting his tackle box. We had been walking for approximately half a mile when William, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped. His posture stiffened, and he raised a hand to signal us to halt. "What is it?" I asked, moving to stand beside him. When I saw what had caught his attention, I felt a wave of unease wash over me. Ahead of us, partially obscured by the trees, was another campsite. Unlike our hastily established storm shelter, this one appeared to be a proper setup, or at least it had been. Now it was in a state of complete disarray. Cautiously, we approached the site. The scene that greeted us was disturbing on multiple levels. Several tents lay collapsed and torn, their contents spilled across the ground. Personal belongings, clothing, backpacks, cooking utensils, were scattered haphazardly as if thrown in panic. A fire pit in the center of the clearing contained the cold, sodden remains of what must have been a decent-sized campfire. "What happened here?" Jack whispered, his voice tense. None of us had an answer. We moved through the site slowly, taking in the details with growing concern. The most striking aspect was the presence of almost all the camping essentials: canoes secured on the shore, food supplies, though many containers were ripped open, clothing, and gear. It appeared as though whoever had been camping here had left in extreme haste, abandoning valuable equipment in the process. "Look at this," David called from near one of the larger trees. He was pointing upward, where a food bag hung suspended from a high branch, at least 20 to 25 feet above the ground. The bag had been torn open, its contents now feeding the forest floor. "That's strange," I remarked, examining the setup. "They hoisted their food properly to keep it from bears, but how did it get torn open at that height?" William finished my thought. "No ordinary black bear could reach that, even if it climbed the tree." The implication hung in the air, unspoken, but present in all our minds. If a bear hadn't done this, what had? We continued our investigation, the fishing trip completely forgotten. Among the scattered belongings, we found a weather-resistant journal, its pages damp but mostly legible. The entries detailed a trip similar to ours: 3 people, all male, planning to spend 10 days exploring the Boundary Waters. The final entry was dated just 2 days prior to our discovery. "Weather turning bad," I read aloud. "Securing camp for the night. Heard strange noises in the forest earlier. Rick thinks it's just wildlife, but Ben isn't convinced. I'm setting extra precautions tonight just in case." The entry ended there, providing no clue as to what had transpired afterward, or why the campsite now lay in ruins. "Should we call this in?" Jack asked, gesturing to the satellite phone secured in a waterproof case on his belt. "I think we should," I agreed. Something serious happened here, and whoever was camping might need help. David made the call using our satellite phone, connecting to the helicopter service we had contracted for our eventual extraction. The conversation was hampered by intermittent static, but he managed to convey the essential details: our location and the discovery of an abandoned campsite in disarray. They say they haven't received any distress calls or reports of missing hikers in this area, David informed us after ending the call. They're checking with local authorities to see if anyone's been reported missing, but for now, they're advising us to continue our trip as planned. The response felt inadequate given what we were looking at. 3 people had clearly left this campsite in a hurry, abandoning valuable equipment and possibly their only means of transportation. The canoes still secured to the shore. Their disappearance had apparently gone unreported, which suggested either they had managed to reach civilization by some other means, or no one yet realized they were missing. "I don't like this," William said, voicing the sentiment we all shared. "Something feels wrong." We spent the next hour methodically searching the campsite and its immediate surroundings for any clue that might explain what had happened. The ground, still soft from the previous night's rain, held numerous footprints, some clearly human, others less distinct. Several sets of human prints led from the tents toward the forest line, suggesting a hasty departure in that direction. "These look like they were made in a hurry," Jack observed, crouching to examine the impressions. "Look at the depth and spacing. Whoever made these was running." "Running from what, though?" I asked, scanning the tree line with newfound apprehension. We followed the footprints into the forest for about 50 yards before they became indistinct on the harder ground beneath the canopy. The trail effectively went cold, leaving us with more questions than answers. Returning to the campsite, we debated our next course of action. The discovery had cast a shadow over our trip, introducing an element of unease that hadn't existed before. Even the forest around us, which had seemed so welcoming just hours earlier, now took on a more sinister aspect. "We have 2 options," I said, trying to maintain a level head. "We can pack up our camp and move to a different location, putting some distance between us and whatever happened here. Or we can head back the way we came and cut the trip short." "I vote we move," David said after a moment's consideration. "I'm not ready to end the trip, but I don't want to stay near this place either." Jack and William nodded in agreement. None of us were willing to admit defeat, but the abandoned campsite had undeniably affected our sense of security. By mutual consensus, we decided to return to our temporary camp, gather our belongings, and paddle to a new location before nightfall. As we prepared to leave the abandoned site, I felt compelled to document it. Using the waterproof camera we had brought for the trip, I took several photographs of the scene: the torn tents, the scattered belongings, the hoisted food bag. Something told me these images might be important later, though for what purpose, I couldn't say. We left the site exactly as we had found it, in case the authorities needed to investigate. The walk back to our camp was notably different from our earlier trek. Where before we had moved with ease, enjoying the post-storm freshness, now we proceeded with caution, eyes constantly scanning the surrounding forest, ears attuned to every sound. The wilderness, once a source of joy and rejuvenation, had revealed its potential for mystery and danger. We returned to our campsite and immediately began breaking it down, working with efficient urgency born of our shared unease. The tents came down quickly, followed by the careful packing of our gear into waterproof bags. Within an hour, we were loading the canoes, eager to put distance between ourselves and the disturbing discovery we had made. "Where to?" Jack asked as we pushed off from the shore, the afternoon sun still high enough to give us several hours of paddling time. "Let's head east," I suggested, consulting the map. "There's a smaller lake about 2 hours from here with several islands. We can set up camp on one of them." The logic behind my suggestion wasn't stated but understood by all. An island would provide greater visibility and security, with water serving as a natural barrier on all sides. The others nodded in agreement, and we set our course accordingly. The paddle was strenuous, partly due to the lingering effects of the storm on the water conditions, and partly because of our collective desire to reach our destination quickly. Conversation was minimal, each of us lost in our thoughts about what we had witnessed. Around mid-afternoon, we reached the channel that would lead us to the smaller lake. The passage was narrow, flanked by steep rock faces on both sides, creating a natural corridor through which water flowed at a slightly increased rate. Navigating it required concentration and coordination between the pairs in each canoe. As we emerged from the channel into the open water of the new lake, a sense of relief washed over me. The lake was as I had hoped, smaller than the one we had left behind, but still substantial, with several tree-covered islands dotting its surface. We made for the largest of these, located roughly in the center of the lake. Upon reaching the island, we discovered it was an ideal campsite, elevated enough to provide good drainage, with a natural clearing surrounded by tall pines that would offer shelter from the wind. Most importantly, it offered clear visibility in all directions, a feature that now seemed more valuable than ever. We established our new camp with methodical precision, setting up the tents, organizing our gear, and preparing a central fire pit. By the time the sun began to set, we had created a semblance of normalcy and security. Yet beneath the routine actions, I could sense a new vigilance in all of us. David positioned his tent to face the water, providing a view of any approach. William arranged our canoes with unusual care, ensuring they could be quickly accessed if needed. Jack took inventory of our supplies, paying particular attention to our emergency equipment. As darkness fell, we gathered around the newly lit campfire, the flames casting long shadows across the clearing. The warmth and light provided some comfort, but the conversation inevitably returned to what we had discovered earlier that day. "What do you think happened to them?" William asked, poking at the fire with a stick. "Maybe they just got spooked by the storm and decided to hike out," Jack offered, though his tone suggested he didn't fully believe his own explanation. "And leave everything behind, including their canoes?" David countered. "That doesn't make sense. The nearest road or settlement has to be at least 20 miles from here." I remained silent, considering the journal entry I had read. The mention of strange noises and extra precautions suggested that whatever had prompted their departure had been building before the storm hit. It wasn't a spontaneous decision driven by bad weather. "Could it have been a bear?" William suggested. "Maybe they heard one approaching and panicked." "Possible," I conceded, "but unlikely. Experienced campers would know that making noise usually scares bears away, and they wouldn't abandon their camp entirely. They'd wait it out somewhere nearby and return when it was safe." A heavy silence settled over us as we contemplated the implications. Something had frightened 3 experienced outdoorsmen enough to make them flee into the forest in the middle of the night, leaving behind essential equipment and their primary means of transportation. Whatever it was, it had been sufficient to override their training and instincts for wilderness survival. As the night deepened, our conversation dwindled, replaced by the sounds of the forest around us. The gentle lapping of water against the shore, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, the occasional call of a nocturnal bird. Under normal circumstances, these sounds would have been soothing, a natural lullaby against which to fall asleep. Now they served as a constant reminder of our isolation and vulnerability. We established a watch rotation for the night, something we hadn't deemed necessary earlier in our trip. 2 hours each, rotating through all 4 of us, ensuring that someone was always awake and alert. It was a precaution born of unease rather than any specific threat, but it provided a measure of comfort nonetheless. My watch came third in the rotation, from midnight to 2 a.m. When Jack woke me for my shift, I could see the weariness in his expression, not just from lack of sleep, but from the strain of heightened vigilance. "Anything?" I asked quietly, sitting up in my sleeping bag. He shook his head. "Nothing unusual. Just the usual forest sounds." I nodded, grateful for the uneventful report, and moved to take his place by the dying embers of the fire. Jack retreated to his tent, leaving me alone with the night. The first hour of my watch passed slowly. I maintained the fire at a low burn, providing just enough light to monitor the immediate surroundings without compromising my night vision. Every so often, I would walk the perimeter of our camp, scanning the water and the tree line for any sign of movement or disturbance. It was during one such patrol, approximately an hour into my watch, that I first noticed it, a faint sound coming from the mainland to the north of our island. Initially, I dismissed it as wind through the trees or an animal moving through the underbrush. But as I listened more intently, the sound became more distinct. It was rhythmic, almost mechanical in its consistency. Instinctively, I reached for the high-powered flashlight we kept for emergencies. Pointing it toward the source of the sound, I switched it on, the beam cutting through the darkness like a knife. For a brief moment, I thought I saw something in the tree line on the mainland. A flicker of movement, a disruption in the natural pattern of shadows. But when I focused the beam directly on that spot, there was nothing there. I remained frozen, flashlight trained on the tree line, straining to see or hear anything definitive. The rhythmic sound had stopped the moment I switched on the light. Now, there was only silence, more complete and oppressive than before. After several minutes of watching and listening, I convinced myself that it had been nothing more than my imagination, heightened by the events of the day and the general atmosphere of unease. I returned to the fire, but the sense of being observed lingered, an itch at the back of my neck that refused to subside. When William emerged from his tent to relieve me at 2 a.m., I debated whether to mention what I had heard. In the end, I decided against it. Without concrete evidence, I would only be adding to the collective anxiety. Instead, I briefed him on the uneventful aspects of my watch and returned to my tent, hoping for a few hours of uninterrupted sleep. But sleep, when it came, was fitful and disturbed by fragmented dreams. Running through endless forests, pursuing or being pursued by unseen entities. The sound of tearing fabric and splintering wood echoing through the dreamscape. I woke several times, momentarily disoriented, before the reality of our situation came flooding back. Dawn arrived with a mist hanging over the lake, reducing visibility and adding to the general sense of isolation. We emerged from our tents one by one, bleary-eyed and subdued. The watches had taken their toll, disrupting our sleep patterns and leaving us fatigued. "Coffee first, then we talk," David declared, setting up the portable stove to boil water. We sat in a tight circle, cups of steaming instant coffee in hand, the warming beverage doing little to dispel the chill that had settled into our bones. A chill that had less to do with the morning temperature and more with our mental state. "Did anyone hear anything unusual during their watch?" William asked, breaking the silence. Jack and David shook their heads. I hesitated, then decided to share what I had experienced. "I heard something during my shift," I admitted. "A rhythmic sound coming from the mainland to the north. When I shined the flashlight in that direction, it stopped. And I thought I saw movement in the tree line, but I couldn't be sure." The revelation was met with concerned glances. No one dismissed my account or suggested it was merely my imagination, which in itself was telling. We had all been affected by the discovery of the abandoned campsite. Our collective perception shifted toward hypervigilance. "I think we need to make a decision," I continued. "Do we continue the trip as planned, or do we call for an early extraction?" The question hung in the air, carrying the weight of our shared unease. We had invested significant time, money, and emotional energy in this adventure. Cutting it short felt like an admission of defeat, a capitulation to fear rather than a rational response to danger. Yet the evidence we had encountered, the abandoned camp, the inexplicable flight of its occupants, the strange sounds in the night, suggested that caution might be the wiser course. "I vote we call it," William said finally. "Whatever happened to those guys, I don't want it happening to us. We've had a good week out here. Let's not push our luck." Jack nodded in agreement. "As much as I hate to end early, I haven't felt right since we found that camp. I'm constantly on edge, expecting something to happen. That's not what this trip was supposed to be about." David was the last to weigh in. He had been the most enthusiastic about the expedition from the beginning, the one who had suggested the Boundary Waters as our destination. His reluctance to abandon the adventure was evident in his expression, but eventually he too nodded. "Safety first," he conceded. "If we're all this unsettled, we're not going to enjoy the rest of the trip anyway. Let's call for extraction tomorrow morning." That gives us one more day out here, and we can use it to paddle closer to one of the designated pickup points. With the decision made, a subtle shift occurred in our collective mood. The pressure of uncertainty was replaced by the practicalities of planning our exit. We studied the maps, identifying the nearest extraction point where a helicopter could land safely. It was a clearing on the western shore of a larger lake, approximately a 6-hour paddle from our current position. If we leave after breakfast tomorrow, we should reach the extraction point by mid-afternoon, I calculated. Then we can set up camp and be ready for pickup the following morning. The plan was sound and provided a clear structure for our remaining time in the wilderness. Yet as we went about our day, fishing for our meals, maintaining the camp, preparing for the following day's journey, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. Every rustle in the underbrush, every call of a bird, every ripple on the water's surface seemed to carry a message, a warning that I couldn't quite decipher. That night, we again established a watch rotation, though with the decision to leave, the purpose was as much psychological as practical. Having someone awake and alert provided comfort to those trying to sleep, a human sentinel against the unknown. My shift came second this time, from 10 p.m. to midnight. Jack handed over the watch with a whispered, "All quiet," before retreating to his tent. I settled by the fire, adding a few small logs to maintain a steady flame. The night was clear, the mist of the morning having dissipated completely, leaving a canvas of stars overhead. For the first hour of my watch, the only sounds were those typical of a forest at night. The soft hooting of an owl, the distant splash of a fish jumping in the lake, the gentle creaking of tree branches in the light breeze. I had almost convinced myself that the previous night's experience had been a product of an overactive imagination when I heard it again. The rhythmic sound, clearer now than before, emanating from the same direction as the previous night. It was a repeated pattern, 3 rapid successions followed by a pause, then repeated. It reminded me of Morse code, though it followed no pattern I recognized. This time, I didn't immediately reach for the flashlight. Instead, I moved quietly to wake David, whose tent was closest to my position. "Listen," I whispered when he was fully alert. He cocked his head, focusing on the sounds of the night. When the rhythmic pattern began again, his eyes widened slightly, confirming that it wasn't just in my head. "Wake the others," he whispered back, quietly. Within minutes, all 4 of us were awake and alert, listening intently to the mysterious sound. It continued at regular intervals, neither approaching nor receding, maintaining its position somewhere in the mainland forest. "What do you think it is?" William asked, his voice barely audible. "I don't know," I admitted. "But it's the same sound I heard last night, and it's coming from the same direction." "Could it be another camper?" Jack suggested. "Maybe sending a signal or using some kind of equipment?" "At this hour? In this location?" David countered skeptically. "We haven't seen any signs of other campers for days, and this area is pretty remote." The discussion might have continued if not for what happened next. The rhythmic sound suddenly ceased, replaced by a different noise, a sustained low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath our feet. It was unlike anything I had ever heard before, neither animal nor machine, yet somehow reminiscent of both. We stood frozen, listening as the rumble persisted for several long seconds before gradually fading away. In its wake, an unnatural silence descended, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. "Call for extraction now," William said, his voice tight with suppressed fear. "I don't want to wait until morning." None of us argued. The satellite phone was retrieved from its waterproof case, and David made the call, explaining our change of plans and requesting the earliest possible pickup. There was a brief discussion about night extraction risks, but ultimately the helicopter service agreed to dispatch a pilot at first light, approximately 5 hours from our call. "They're coming at dawn," David reported after ending the call. "We need to be ready to move to the extraction point as soon as there's enough light to navigate safely." The remainder of the night was spent in a state of tense readiness. We packed our essential gear, leaving only what we would need for a quick breakfast and the short journey to the extraction point. No one suggested returning to sleep. The prospect seemed absurd, given the circumstances. The hours crawled by with excruciating slowness. We maintained a larger fire than usual, finding comfort in its light and warmth. The mysterious sounds did not return, but their absence provided little reassurance. If anything, the silence felt expectant, as if the forest was waiting for something to occur. The first hint of dawn appeared as a faint lightening of the eastern sky, a gradual transition from black to deep blue. We had been awake for hours, our nerves frayed by the night's events and the anticipation of departure. The moment there was sufficient light to navigate safely, we loaded our gear into the canoes and pushed off from the island's shore. The morning mist had returned, creating an ethereal landscape of half-seen shapes and muted sounds. We paddled in tight formation, each canoe within arm's reach of the other, taking comfort in our proximity. The extraction point was closer than we had initially planned, a small clearing on the eastern shore of our current lake, chosen for its accessibility and the relative flatness of the terrain. We reached it just as the sun was beginning to burn through the morning mist, casting long shadows across the water. The clearing was as described by the helicopter service, a natural opening in the forest with enough space for a small aircraft to land safely. We beached our canoes and unloaded our gear, setting up a temporary camp to await our rescue. The satellite phone buzzed with a message from the pilot, confirming they were en route and approximately 30 minutes from our location. The news brought a palpable sense of relief, a confirmation that our ordeal was nearing its end. As we waited, we discussed what to do about the abandoned campsite we had discovered. The consensus was to report it to the park authorities once we returned to civilization, providing the photographs I had taken and our best estimate of its location. It seemed important somehow to ensure that someone looked into the fate of those 3 campers, even if our direct involvement was coming to an end. The sound of the approaching helicopter reached us before we could see it, a distant thudding that gradually increased in volume. Then suddenly, it appeared through a gap in the tree canopy, a bright yellow machine that represented safety and a return to the world we knew. The pilot sat down in the clearing with practiced ease, the downdraft from the rotors creating a mini whirlwind of leaves and pine needles. After a brief exchange with the crew, we loaded our gear into the storage compartment and climbed aboard, securing ourselves in the seats provided. As the helicopter lifted off, I gazed down at the wilderness below, the vast network of lakes and forests that had been our home for the past week. From this vantage point, it looked peaceful, benign even. It was hard to reconcile the beauty with the sense of dread that had prompted our early departure. The journey back to civilization was largely silent, each of us lost in our thoughts about what we had experienced. The relief of rescue was tempered by a lingering unease, a sense that we were carrying something back with us from the wilderness, not a physical artifact, but a question that had no clear answer. Upon our return, we reported the abandoned campsite to the park authorities as planned. They took our statements and the photographs, promising to investigate. A week later, we received a follow-up call informing us that they had located the site based on our description, but there was no sign of the missing campers. A search of the surrounding area had yielded no results, and without a formal missing persons report, there was little more they could do. In the months that followed, I occasionally checked news sources for any reports of hikers or campers gone missing in the Boundary Waters. Nothing that matched our experience ever surfaced. It was as if those 3 men had simply vanished, leaving behind only the disrupted camp as evidence of their existence. The 4 of us, Jack, David, William, and I, remained friends, but we never again discussed a return to the Boundary Waters. Our subsequent outdoor adventures took us to different locations, ones with more human presence and less isolation. The unspoken agreement seemed to be that while we couldn't explain what had happened, we had no desire to risk encountering it again. To this day, 5 years later, I find myself thinking about that abandoned campsite and the events that followed. The rhythmic sounds in the night, the rumble that seemed to emanate from the earth itself, the oppressive silence that descended afterward, all elements of an experience that defies conventional explanation. I've considered various theories over the years. Perhaps it was indeed a bear attack, albeit one with unusual circumstances. Maybe the campers encountered hostile individuals in the wilderness, though the remoteness of the location makes this unlikely. Natural phenomena, sudden flooding, unexpected quicksand, or some geological event might explain their disappearance, but not the state of the camp or the sounds we heard. In my darkest moments, usually when sleep proves elusive in the early hours of the morning, I contemplate more disturbing possibilities. What if there's something in those remote forests that remains unknown to modern science? Not a supernatural entity, I've never been inclined toward such beliefs, but perhaps an animal or natural phenomenon that has yet to be documented or understood. Whatever the truth, the experience left an indelible mark on me. I still enjoy outdoor activities, still find solace in nature's beauty, but always with a heightened awareness of its potential dangers. The boundary between wilderness and civilization, once so clear in my mind, now seems more permeable, more complex. Perhaps that's the most valuable lesson from our truncated adventure, a newfound respect for the unknowable aspects of the natural world. An acknowledgement that despite our maps, our GPS devices, our satellite phones, and our carefully crafted gear, there are still mysteries in the wild places of this earth. And sometimes, wisdom lies not in solving those mysteries, but in recognizing when to withdraw, when to acknowledge the limits of our understanding and control. The abandoned campsite remains, in my memory, a testament to this wisdom, a reminder that in the vast wilderness it is we who are the visitors, the transient presence. The forest was there long before we arrived, and it will remain long after we depart, harboring its secrets with patient indifference to our fleeting curiosity and fear. I decided to take that camping trip on a whim. After months of grinding away at my accounting job, staring at spreadsheets until my vision blurred, I needed something different. The walls of my apartment felt like they were inching closer each day, and my mind kept drifting toward memories of fresh air and open spaces. "You should take some time off," Javier from the office had suggested when he caught me staring blankly at my monitor for the third time that afternoon. "Clear your head before you burn out completely." His words lingered as I scrolled through photos on my phone that evening. Snapshots from previous outdoor excursions, moments when I'd felt truly alive. One image caught my attention. A small clearing I'd discovered during a group hike last October. Unlike the popular campgrounds with their designated fire pits and nearby restrooms, this spot remained untouched, hidden away from well-trodden paths. The next morning, I requested a week off work. My supervisor, noticing the exhaustion etched on my face, approved it without hesitation. "You haven't taken a proper break in 18 months, she reminded me. "We'll manage without you." I spent the following days gathering supplies. My camping gear had collected dust in the storage closet, but everything remained serviceable. I purchased additional provisions, packed my hiking boots, and plotted a route on my topographical map. The clearing wasn't marked on any official trail guides, a detail that added to its appeal. September was ending, and forecasts predicted mild temperatures with minimal chance of precipitation. Perfect conditions for a solo retreat. I told myself this repeatedly as I loaded my vehicle, silencing the small voice questioning the wisdom of heading into remote wilderness alone. "Just a weekend," I assured myself as I locked my apartment door. A quiet, uneventful weekend to reset. The drive took nearly 4 hours. As the urban landscape gave way to increasingly dense forest, my shoulders gradually lowered from their perpetual position near my ears. By the time I parked at the small, unmarked trailhead, the constant tension headache that had become my companion had begun to recede. The hike in took longer than I'd anticipated. My memory of the route proved less reliable than I'd hoped, and twice I backtracked after recognizing I'd veered off course. The weight of my pack grew heavier with each redirected step, but when I finally pushed through a dense thicket of underbrush and emerged into the clearing, all fatigue momentarily vanished. It looked exactly as I remembered, a perfect oval of open space, perhaps 60 feet across at its widest point, ringed by towering maples and oaks, whose leaves had begun their seasonal transformation. Dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating shifting patterns across the forest floor. The air smelled of earth and decay, not unpleasant, but rich and vital. I shrugged off my pack and took several deep breaths. The silence felt profound after months of constant noise. Traffic, office chatter, the perpetual hum of electronics. Here, the occasional rustle of leaves and distant bird calls only emphasized the underlying quiet. "This is what I needed," I said aloud, my voice sounding strangely intrusive. I spent the remainder of daylight setting up camp with methodical precision. The tent went up easily despite months of disuse. I gathered fallen branches for firewood, taking care to collect only what had already detached from living trees. A small fire pit of stones created a focal point for the evening ahead. As dusk approached, I prepared a simple meal on my portable stove, savoring each bite as though it were gourmet cuisine. The coffee I brewed afterward tasted better than any overpriced cafe offering I'd consumed in recent memory. Night fell gradually, then all at once. Stars appeared in the gaps between branches overhead, more visible than I'd seen in years. I maintained a modest fire, mesmerized by the dancing flames, feeling the day's journey in my muscles. That first night passed without incident. I slept deeply, awakening only once to add another log to the dying embers before returning to my sleeping bag. If anything unusual occurred during those dark hours, I remained blissfully unaware. Morning arrived with gentle persistence. Birdsong pulled me from slumber, and I emerged from my tent to find the clearing bathed in soft golden light. Breakfast consisted of instant oatmeal and more coffee, consumed while seated on a fallen log that served as a natural bench. I had no specific plans for the day ahead, the absence of scheduled activities being the primary luxury of this escape. Perhaps I would explore the surrounding woods, or simply read the paperback thriller I'd brought along. The lack of urgency felt deliciously indulgent. In retrospect, that morning represented the final moments of normalcy I would experience for a very long time. Had I known what awaited me beyond the perimeter of that serene clearing, I would have packed up immediately and returned to the safety of my mundane existence. But ignorance granted me a few more hours of peace before everything changed. The second day began innocuously enough. I woke refreshed, stretched my limbs in the crisp morning air, and set about making breakfast with the contented motions of someone temporarily liberated from daily constraints. The forest seemed welcoming. Birds called from the canopy, squirrels darted between trees, and sunlight spilled through gaps in the foliage, warming the cool ground. Yet something subtle had shifted. I couldn't identify precisely what felt different, but an inexplicable unease settled over me as I sipped my morning coffee. My gaze kept drifting to the tree lines surrounding the clearing, scanning the spaces between trunks as if expecting to glimpse something watching. Nothing appeared, but the sensation persisted. "Just adjusting to the solitude," I murmured, trying to rationalize the feeling. Living in a constant state of connectivity had likely atrophied my ability to be truly alone. After washing my breakfast utensils, I decided a walk might settle my nerves. The surrounding forest had numerous game trails that meandered through the underbrush. Nothing officially maintained, but passable enough for careful hiking. I packed a small day pack with water, energy bars, and a basic first aid kit, then selected a direction that seemed promising. The first hour passed pleasantly. The terrain undulated gently, occasionally revealing glimpses of distant ridgelines through breaks in the trees. I identified various plant species from half-remembered nature guides. Jack-in-the-pulpit nestled near the base of a rotting stump, clusters of mayapple spreading their umbrella-like leaves across the forest floor. Despite being early autumn, Wildflowers still dotted open patches where sunlight penetrated the canopy. Gradually, however, the character of the forest began to change. The trees grew closer together, their trunks darker and more gnarled. The underbrush thinned until the ground appeared surprisingly bare, covered primarily with a thick carpet of decaying leaves. The natural sounds that had accompanied my walk, birdsong, rustling foliage, the occasional scurrying of small animals, diminished until I realized I'd been walking in near-complete silence for some time. I hadn't consciously chosen this path. My feet seemed to move of their own accord, drawing me deeper into an increasingly somber section of woodland. A rational part of my mind suggested turning back, but curiosity pushed me forward, one step after another. The air grew noticeably cooler. Despite the mild autumn day, my breath suddenly formed visible clouds before my face. Goosebumps rose along my arms beneath my jacket sleeves, and I found myself wrapping my arms around my torso, seeking warmth. "This doesn't make sense," I whispered, watching my words materialize as vapor in the unnaturally cold air. That's when I saw it. The rectangular slab lying on the forest floor ahead, partially obscured by fallen leaves, yet unmistakably artificial. At first glance, it resembled a fallen headstone, though no cemetery existed for miles in any direction. As I approached cautiously, other details became apparent. Its surface gleamed with an oily iridescence despite the dim light, and not a single leaf adhered to its perfectly smooth face, as though some invisible force continuously repelled debris. Logic dictated that this was simply an abandoned piece of construction material, perhaps granite or marble from a long-forgotten building project. Yet its presence felt deliberate, positioned with purpose, rather than discarded haphazardly. Standing before it, I experienced an overwhelming certainty that this object had no business being here, and moreover, that I had no business discovering it. I knelt to examine it more closely, careful not to make direct contact. The slab measured approximately 3 feet by 2 feet, with perfectly squared edges and a thickness of perhaps 4 inches. Its composition defied easy categorization, not quite stone, not quite metal, with a surface that seemed simultaneously solid and slightly fluid, like oil suspended in a permanent state of tension. Against my better judgment, I extended a trembling hand toward its surface. The air directly above the slab felt dense, almost gelatinous, creating resistance against my approaching fingers. Inches away from contact, a jolt of something like static electricity snapped between my skin and the object, causing me to recoil immediately. In that precise moment, I became acutely aware of being observed, not by anything visible, but by some presence that seemed to emanate from all directions simultaneously. The sensation crawled across my skin like thousands of microscopic insects, leaving ghostly trails of dread in their wake. I stood quickly, too quickly, and nearly lost my balance as vertigo swept over me. The forest appeared to ripple momentarily, trees bending inward as if drawn by some immense gravitational force centered on the slab. I blinked hard, and the distortion vanished, leaving me questioning whether I'd imagined it entirely. "I need to go back," I announced to the empty forest, my voice sounding hollow and distant even to my own ears. Turning to retrace my steps, I froze. The path I'd followed had vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar arrangement of trees and underbrush. I spun in a complete circle, searching for any recognizable landmark. Nothing appeared familiar. Even the quality of light seemed altered, no longer mid-morning brightness but the golden hue of late afternoon. Panic rose in my throat as I fumbled for my phone. The screen displayed no service as expected in this remote location, but the time reading stunned me. 5:37 p.m. Impossible. I had left camp shortly after 9 a.m. and had been walking for no more than 2 hours. Nearly 7 hours had disappeared without explanation. A thunderous crack split the air, so loud and sudden that I instinctively dropped to the ground, covering my head with my arms. The sound reverberated through the forest like a physical force, shaking leaf litter from branches and sending vibrations through the earth beneath me. When I dared to look up, the rectangular slab had vanished, leaving only undisturbed forest floor where it had lain moments before. Despite the disorientation, some primal instinct propelled me to my feet. I needed to return to my campsite before complete darkness fell. Without consciously knowing which direction to take, I began walking with the desperate certainty of someone being pursued. Each step felt weighted, as though moving through water rather than air, yet I forced myself to continue. Remarkably, after less than 10 minutes of this frantic progress, familiar landmarks began to appear. First, a distinctive lightning-scarred oak I'd passed that morning. Then, a small stream crossing where I'd paused to drink. Finally, the edge of my clearing came into view, my red tent standing exactly as I'd left it hours before. The relief of reaching camp quickly gave way to renewed unease. Something fundamental had changed, not in the physical arrangement of my surroundings, but in the very atmosphere of this place I'd previously found so peaceful. The clearing no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt like a trap. Dusk settled over the clearing with unnatural swiftness. One moment, faint sunlight still filtered through the canopy. The next, shadows pooled beneath the trees like spilled ink. I hurried to prepare for the approaching darkness, hands trembling as I gathered firewood and checked my supplies. My thoughts raced chaotically, attempting to rationalize the day's events. Perhaps I'd become temporarily disoriented in the woods, a common enough occurrence for inexperienced hikers. The missing hours could be explained by a simple misreading of my phone's display. The strange slab might have been nothing more than weathered construction debris abandoned decades ago, its disappearance a trick of light and shadow. Even the thunderous sound could have been a distant lightning strike or a falling tree. Yet these explanations felt hollow, constructed to avoid confronting the inexplicable reality I'd experienced. The cold that had surrounded the slab defied the mild autumn temperature. The missing hours couldn't be dismissed as mere confusion. And that sound, that terrible crack that seemed to split reality itself, had been unlike anything I'd ever heard. As darkness enveloped the forest completely, I built a fire larger than necessary, feeding it continually until flames leaped 3 feet high. The heat and light created an illusion of safety, though I understood how tenuous that protection truly was. Whatever had occurred earlier existed beyond conventional threats of wilderness predators or harsh weather. I heated a simple meal but found myself unable to eat more than a few bites. My appetite had vanished, replaced by a gnawing anxiety that intensified with each passing minute. The forest had gone completely silent. No insects chirping, no owls calling, no small creatures rustling through underbrush. The absence of sound felt deliberate, as though the entire ecosystem held its collective breath. "You're letting your imagination run wild," I said aloud, desperate to hear any sound beyond the crackling of my fire. My voice sounded wrong somehow. Flatter, and more distant than it should have been. I considered hiking out immediately, despite the darkness. My headlamp would provide enough illumination to follow the trail back to my vehicle. But the thought of navigating these woods at night, potentially encountering whatever presence I'd sensed earlier, seemed infinitely more terrifying than remaining in the relative security of my campsite. So I waited, constantly feeding the fire, watching the flames consume branch after branch while shadows danced at the periphery of the light's reach. Occasionally, I convinced myself I saw movement just beyond the clearing, a darker patch within the darkness, shifting between tree trunks. Each time I would stare intently until my eyes watered, only to see nothing definitive. By my watch, it was just past 10 p.m. when I first heard it. A low, rumbling sound emerging from the forest to my left. Initially, I mistook it for distant thunder, but the night sky remained clear and star-filled above the opening in the canopy. The sound persisted, gaining a rhythmic quality that disturbingly resembled breathing, deep labored inhalations followed by rasping exhalations. I stood abruptly, flashlight in hand, directing the beam toward the source of the noise. The light penetrated only about 20 feet into the darkness before dissipating, revealing nothing but motionless trees. Yet the breathing continued, maintaining its steady cadence. Then, impossibly, the sound shifted position. Without any accompanying rustle of movement, the breathing now emanated from behind me, on the opposite side of the clearing. I spun around, heart pounding so violently I could feel each beat in my throat. Again, my flashlight beam revealed nothing unusual, though the sound remained unmistakable. "Who's there?" I called out, immediately regretting drawing attention to myself. My voice sounded pathetically small against the vastness of the forest night. No response came, save for that continuous, rhythmic breathing. It moved again, now seemingly circling the perimeter of my clearing, always remaining just beyond the reach of my light. Whatever produced that sound made no footfalls, disturbed no branches, yet traversed the forest with apparent ease. I retreated to my tent, zipping the entrance closed as though the thin nylon could provide meaningful protection. Inside, I positioned myself in the center of my sleeping bag, flashlight gripped in white-knuckled hands, ears straining to track the movement of the breathing entity. Hours passed in this state of heightened vigilance. The breathing never ceased, continuing its circuit around my campsite with methodical precision. Occasionally it would pause briefly, and these silences proved even more terrifying than the sound itself. Moments when I imagined the entity had moved closer, perhaps standing just outside the tent wall. Around 3 a.m. the pattern changed. The breathing stopped its circular path and remained fixed in a single location directly in front of my tent entrance. The sound grew louder, deeper, as though whatever produced it had increased in size or drawn nearer. I sat frozen, scarcely daring to breathe myself, certain that at any moment the tent flap would open to reveal some unimaginable horror. Nothing happened. The breathing continued its unnatural rhythm from that fixed position for what felt like eternity. My muscles cramped from remaining motionless for so long, but fear prevented me from shifting to a more comfortable position. Any movement, any sound, might provoke whatever waited outside. Eventually, exhaustion overcame terror, and I drifted into a state of semi-consciousness. Not true sleep, but a foggy limbo where reality and nightmare blurred. In this twilight awareness, I perceived subtle changes. The breathing developed undertones that resembled words in a language just beyond comprehension, and the air inside my tent grew increasingly dense, making each inhalation feel like drawing molasses into my lungs. When dawn finally arrived, announced by a gradual lightening of the fabric walls surrounding me, the breathing ceased abruptly. One moment it dominated my awareness, the next complete silence fell. I remained motionless for another half hour, desperately listening for any indication that the entity still lurked nearby. Eventually, the normal sounds of morning began to emerge. Birds cautiously resuming their calls, small animals moving through underbrush. The forest seemed to be returning to its natural state, though the memory of that unnatural breathing lingered like a physical presence. With trembling hands, I unzipped the tent entrance and peered outside. Morning mist hung between the trees, creating ethereal shapes that momentarily resembled figures before dissolving. The clearing appeared exactly as I'd left it. Fire reduced to smoldering coals, supplies arranged near the log where I'd sat. Only one detail had changed. A perfect circle of frost surrounded my tent, extending precisely 5 feet in every direction. Beyond this boundary, the ground remained untouched by frost despite the cool autumn night. Within the circle, every blade of grass, every fallen leaf, every tiny pebble wore a coating of crystalline white. I stepped carefully over this boundary, half expecting some resistance or sensation when crossing the threshold. Nothing happened. Yet the unnatural precision of the frost circle left no doubt that whatever had circled my camp throughout the night had left its mark. Decision made itself. I would leave immediately. Whatever curiosity or stubbornness might have convinced me to stay despite the previous day's events had evaporated completely. This place had become fundamentally wrong in ways I couldn't articulate, but felt with absolute certainty. I packed with frantic efficiency, rolling my sleeping bag haphazardly and cramming cooking equipment into my backpack without bothering to organize anything properly. Every few seconds I glanced over my shoulder, scanning the tree line for movement or anomalies. Nothing appeared out of place, yet the sensation of being observed intensified with each passing minute. The frost circle around my tent persisted despite the strengthening morning sun, its crystalline border remaining sharply defined while dew elsewhere began to evaporate. When I finally dismantled the tent, I discovered another disturbance beneath it, a perfect impression of the rectangular slab I'd encountered in the forest, pressed into the soil as though tremendous weight had compressed the earth during the night. This discovery sent me into a fresh spiral of panic. I abandoned any pretense of methodical packing and simply stuffed the remaining items into whatever space remained in my backpack. The tent I secured to the pack's exterior with trembling hands, not caring that it remained partially damp from condensation. Before departing, I kicked dirt over the fire pit, obliterating all evidence of my presence except for the compressed soil where my tent had stood. That impression of the rectangular slab remained stubbornly visible despite my efforts to scatter leaves across it. The trail back to my vehicle should have been straightforward. A gentle descent following natural contours through increasingly sparse woodland until reaching the unmarked parking area approximately 3 miles distant. I'd hiked it easily enough upon arrival, maintaining a clear mental map of key landmarks. Within 15 minutes of departure, however, I realized something was terribly wrong. The familiar trail markers I expected, a lightning-scarred oak, a distinctive rock formation, a small stream crossing, failed to materialize. Instead, I found myself moving through increasingly dense forest where no clear path existed, forcing me to navigate around thick underbrush and fallen trees. My compass proved useless, its needle spinning continuously rather than pointing reliably north. My phone displayed no signal and, more disturbingly, showed the same time regardless of how many minutes passed, 5:37 p.m., exactly as it had shown the previous day near the rectangular slab. Panic threatened to overwhelm rational thought. I forced myself to stop, close my eyes, and take several deep breaths. When my heartbeat slowed marginally, I reopened my eyes and attempted to orient myself using the sun's position. Based on its angle, I determined what should be roughly eastward and began walking in that direction, reasoning that any sustained straight line would eventually lead to the forest's edge. The character of the woodland changed subtly as I progressed. Trees grew increasingly uniform in size and spacing, creating an almost artificial geometric pattern across the landscape. The forest floor, previously covered with typical understory plants and leaf litter, gradually transformed into a carpet-like covering of moss in varying shades of green, punctuated occasionally by clusters of pale mushrooms arranged in perfect circles. The air temperature fluctuated wildly, one moment warm enough to induce perspiration, the next so cold my breath condensed instantly. These transitions occurred without warning and without apparent relation to sunlight or shade. After what my body suggested was several hours of hiking, though my watch and phone remained frozen at 5:37, I emerged into another clearing, one significantly larger than my campsite and perfectly circular in shape. At its center stood a crude altar-like structure composed of uncut stones stacked approximately waist-high. Atop this primitive altar lay the rectangular slab. Common sense screamed at me to turn around immediately, to find another path, any path, away from this clearing and its impossible centerpiece. Yet some compulsion drew me forward step by reluctant step until I stood before the stone arrangement. The slab looked identical to what I'd encountered the previous day. The same oily iridescence playing across its surface, the same perfect geometric proportions. Now, however, symbols had appeared along its perimeter. Characters resembling no alphabet I recognized, their forms seeming to shift slightly when viewed directly versus peripherally. "What do you want?" I asked aloud, my voice sounding foreign even to myself. The question emerged without conscious intention, as though someone else spoke using my vocal cords. No audible response came, yet I experienced a sudden, overwhelming sensation of presence, Not a single entity, but many, gathered around the clearing's edge, watching with collective intensity. Though I saw nothing when turning to look, the feeling of being surrounded remained undeniable. The air directly above the slab began to distort, creating a heat mirage effect that rippled outward. Within this distortion, colors appeared that defied description. Not merely unusual hues, but colors that seemed fundamentally wrong, as though they existed in spectrums beyond normal human perception, yet had forced themselves into visibility. A high-pitched tone emanated from the slab, starting at the threshold of hearing and gradually increasing in both volume and depth until it vibrated through my entire body like some terrible instrument. The sound contained modulations reminiscent of speech, though nothing I could comprehend. Blood trickled from my nose, warm against my increasingly cold skin. The pressure inside my skull built until I feared my head might burst. I dropped to my knees before the altar, no longer in control of my motor functions as the tone reached crescendo. Then, abruptly, everything stopped. The tone vanished, the colors disappeared, the air stilled. In the sudden silence, I heard a voice, not external, but within my own mind, speaking with perfect clarity. "You have been noticed." The words carried no emotional inflection, yet conveyed profound significance. They represented neither threat nor welcome, but simple acknowledgement of a fundamental change in status. I had crossed a threshold of awareness that could not be uncrossed. Go now. Carry what you have been given. With those final words, consciousness left me. I collapsed forward, forehead striking the edge of the slab before darkness claimed my awareness completely. I awoke to the sound of automotive traffic. The transition was so abrupt, so completely disorienting, that several minutes passed before I could process my surroundings. I lay on my back beside a gravel access road, my backpack serving as an uncomfortable pillow beneath my head. Nearby, my vehicle sat exactly where I'd parked it 2 days earlier, morning sunlight glinting off its windshield. My clothing was filthy, covered with mud and various plant materials, as though I'd been dragged through underbrush. A crusty trail of dried blood extended from my nose down across my chin and neck, disappearing beneath my collar. Every muscle in my body ached profoundly, and my head throbbed with the worst headache I'd ever experienced. With tremendous effort, I pushed myself into a sitting position and surveyed my immediate environment. The forest edge stood approximately 50 yards distant, trees swaying gently in the morning breeze. Nothing about their appearance suggested anything unusual, just ordinary woodland at the cusp of autumn color change. My watch and phone had resumed functioning normally. According to both devices, less than 48 hours had passed since my departure from home. The date matched what I expected, and the time read 8:17 a.m. Somehow, I had emerged from the forest and returned to my starting point. I had no memory of walking the final miles, no recollection of how I'd navigated to the access road. The last clear memory remained kneeling before that crude altar with the rectangular slab, hearing those words in my mind before losing consciousness. With trembling hands, I unzipped my backpack, half expecting to find the slab nestled among my camping gear. Instead, everything appeared normal: tent, sleeping bag, cooking equipment, all packed in the haphazard manner I recalled from my frantic departure. Only one item seemed out of place: a small, smooth stone resting atop my clothing. Roughly the size of a silver dollar, its surface bore a single symbol, one of those incomprehensible characters I'd seen etched around the slab's perimeter. When I reluctantly picked it up, the stone felt neither warm nor cold, but somehow neutral, as though existing at some temperature beyond normal physical properties. I nearly threw it into the surrounding woods, but found myself unable to release it from my grip. Instead, I placed it carefully in my jacket pocket, where its weight seemed to exceed its actual mass, pulling the fabric downward with peculiar heaviness. Standing required multiple attempts, my balance compromised by exhaustion and lingering disorientation. Eventually, I managed to load my backpack into the vehicle and settle into the driver's seat. My reflection in the rearview mirror revealed a haggard stranger, face streaked with dirt and dried blood, eyes hollow with an expression I'd never seen on my own features before. Something fundamental had altered in my countenance. Some essential quality I couldn't name, but recognized instantly as changed. The drive home passed in a fugue state. I navigated highways and local roads mechanically, muscle memory guiding my actions while my conscious mind retreated into a protective numbness. Only occasionally did images from the forest penetrate this emotional buffer. Flashes of the rectangular slab, the perfect frost circle surrounding my tent, the rippling distortion above the stone altar. Arriving home provided no comfort. My apartment, once a sanctuary of normalcy, now seemed artificially constrained, its straight lines and right angles appearing somehow wrong after the organic geometries of the forest. I moved through familiar rooms feeling like an intruder in my own space. In the bathroom, I finally confronted my reflection properly. Beyond the obvious signs of physical ordeal, the dirt, the dried blood, the exhaustion, another change had manifested. My eyes, previously a nondescript brown, now contained flecks of iridescence that caught the light at certain angles, creating momentary prismatic effects before settling back into ordinary coloration. I showered mechanically, watching mud and forest debris swirl down the drain. The water stung against numerous small cuts and abrasions I hadn't noticed previously, injuries with no clear origin, scattered across my arms, legs, and torso like some chaotic constellation. Clean and dressed in fresh clothing, I attempted to reintegrate into normal life. I called my supervisor to confirm my return to work the following day. I ordered delivery food since my refrigerator contained nothing edible after my absence. I responded to text messages from friends with reassurances that my camping trip had been refreshing and uneventful. All these actions felt performative, as though I were an actor portraying someone approximating normal behavior. The disconnect between this performance and my internal state grew increasingly pronounced as evening approached. Night brought new challenges. As darkness fell outside my windows, the memory of that breathing sound returned with visceral intensity. I found myself straining to hear whether similar rhythmic respiration might be present in my apartment, checking closets and under furniture for non-existent intruders. Sleep seemed an impossibility, yet exhaustion eventually claimed me around midnight. Dreams came immediately, vivid, coherent sequences unlike my usual fragmented sleep imagery. In these dreams, I stood before the stone altar in that perfect circular clearing, but now I wasn't alone. Figures surrounded me, their forms constantly shifting between humanoid and something utterly different, geometries rearranging themselves in ways that should have been impossible, yet seemed perfectly natural within the dream's context. They spoke without sound, communicating directly into my awareness. Though I couldn't consciously retain their messages upon waking, their communications left impressions, concepts rather than words, understandings that defied verbal expression. I jolted awake at precisely 5:37 a.m., drenched in perspiration despite the cool temperature of my bedroom. The small stone from my jacket pocket now lay on the pillow beside my head, though I had no recollection of placing it there. The symbol etched into its surface glowed faintly in the pre-dawn darkness, emitting a soft luminescence for several seconds, before fading to normal appearance. That morning established what would become my new routine, functioning externally while internally processing inexplicable experiences that no rational framework could accommodate. I returned to work, engaged in social interactions, maintained the outward appearance of normalcy, while carrying an awareness of something vast and impersonal that had, for reasons I couldn't comprehend, noticed me during my time in those woods. Days passed with artificial normalcy. I performed my job adequately, though colleagues occasionally commented on my distracted demeanor. I maintained minimal social engagements, finding extended human interaction increasingly difficult as the disconnect between ordinary conversation and my internal reality widened. The small stone never left my possession. I transferred it from pocket to pocket with each change of clothing, its weight a constant reminder of experiences that defied explanation. At night, regardless of where I placed it before sleeping, the stone always manifested on my pillow by morning. I stopped questioning this impossibility, accepting it as merely another aspect of my altered existence. Sleep patterns fragmented into brief periods of unconsciousness, punctuated by startling awakenings. Always these occurred at 5:37, regardless of when I initially fell asleep. Always the stone glowed briefly beside my head, its etched symbol pulsing with that strange luminescence before fading. Dreams remained unnervingly consistent. The circular clearing, the stone altar, the shifting entities communicating concepts too complex for waking comprehension. Upon awakening, I retained only emotional impressions, a sense of expectation, of preparation for something approaching, of transformation proceeding according to some incomprehensible schedule. Physical changes became increasingly difficult to ignore. The iridescent flecks in my eyes grew more pronounced, occasionally causing coworkers to ask if I'd begun wearing colored contacts. My sleep deprivation should have manifested as deteriorating health, yet instead, I experienced surges of energy at unexpected moments, periods where my senses sharpened to painful intensity, perceiving details normally filtered by ordinary consciousness. During these episodes, common objects revealed geometric complexities previously invisible to me. Conversations around me developed auditory layers, words carrying secondary meanings beneath their surface pronunciation. Most disturbingly, certain individuals I encountered seemed temporarily transparent, their physical forms becoming translucent to reveal something else moving beneath the architecture of flesh and bone, something reminiscent of those shifting entities from my dreams. These perceptual distortions typically lasted only minutes before normal awareness reasserted itself, leaving me disoriented and questioning my sanity. I researched possible medical explanations, neurological conditions, hallucinations resulting from traumatic experiences, parasitic infections contracted in the wilderness, but found nothing that comprehensively explained my symptoms. 1 week after returning from the forest, the first physical manifestation appeared in my apartment. I woke at the customary 5:37 a.m. to find a perfect frost circle surrounding my bed, identical to the one that had encircled my tent that terrible night. The crystalline border remained present for approximately 17 minutes before evaporating without leaving moisture behind, as though the frost had transformed directly from solid to gas, without an intermediate liquid state. The following night brought the breathing sound, that same rhythmic, rasping respiration circling my bedroom with measured pacing. Though I saw nothing when turning on lights, the sound continued uninterrupted, maintaining its circuit until precisely 5:37 a.m., when it ceased simultaneously with my awakening. Each subsequent night introduced new phenomena, objects rearranging themselves while I slept, indecipherable symbols appearing in condensation on bathroom mirrors, brief power fluctuations affecting only my apartment unit, the persistent smell of forest soil permeating rooms despite thorough cleaning. I began documenting these occurrences, initially to provide evidence for medical professionals I considered consulting. The resulting journal quickly expanded to dozens of pages filled with detailed descriptions, sketches of symbols, timestamps of anomalous events, and records of my increasingly vivid dreams. In reviewing these notes, patterns emerged that had escaped my notice during individual incidents. The phenomena followed precise 24-hour cycles, intensifying gradually like an approaching wave. Materials containing metal responded more strongly than non-metallic objects. Electronic devices malfunctioned with increasing frequency, particularly when I experienced those episodes of heightened perception. Most significantly, all major manifestations corresponded with lunar phases. The most powerful events coincided with the new moon, when darkness was most complete. As illumination increased toward the full moon, phenomena weakened proportionally, providing brief periods of relative normalcy before beginning another cycle of intensification. 2 weeks after my return, during the apex of a new moon, I experienced what my journal entries later termed the visitation. Sleep had become nearly impossible that night, the breathing sound so loud it seemed to vibrate the walls themselves. The stone on my pillow pulsed with continuous light rather than its usual momentary glow, its etched symbol projecting onto the ceiling above my bed. At precisely 5:37 a.m., every electronic device in my apartment activated simultaneously. Television displaying only static, computer booting without human input, kitchen appliances humming with power. The temperature dropped precipitously until my exhaled breath formed visible clouds in the bedroom air. The breathing sound ceased abruptly, replaced by perfect silence. In that vacuum of auditory input, words formed in my mind with the same clarity I'd experienced in the forest clearing. The preparation nears completion. The vessel accepts its purpose. A rectangular shape appeared on my bedroom wall, not projected from any visible source, but manifesting as though the wall itself had become temporarily transparent, revealing something behind ordinary reality. Within this aperture, I glimpsed the stone altar from the forest clearing, surrounded now by those shifting entities whose geometries defied comprehension. One entity separated from the others, approaching the boundary between their reality and mine. As it neared, its form stabilized into something almost human. Almost, but fundamentally wrong in proportions and movement. It extended what might generously be interpreted as a limb toward the boundary, causing the rectangular opening to ripple like disturbed water. We await your return. The door remains open. The entity withdrew. The rectangular portal collapsed, and normal reality reasserted itself with jarring suddenness. Electronics deactivated, temperature normalized, and the stone beside me ceased its illumination. Only the lingering smell of forest soil provided evidence that anything unusual had occurred. This visitation marked a turning point in my experience. Where previously I had interpreted these phenomena as something happening to me, some external force imposing itself upon my life, I now recognized a terrible truth. I had not escaped the forest at all. I had merely transported its essence into my everyday existence, carrying whatever connection had been established like a seed gradually taking root. The forest had claimed me, and distance offered no protection from its influence. 3 weeks after my camping trip, I reached a breaking point. Sleep deprivation had left me hollow-eyed and disconnected from normal interaction. Colleagues avoided me, conversations faltering when I entered rooms. My supervisor suggested medical leave, citing concerns about my deteriorating appearance and erratic behavior. What they couldn't see were the changes accelerating beneath the surface. The iridescent flecks in my eyes had expanded to consume nearly half the iris, creating an opalescent quality that shifted in different lighting. My skin had developed a subtle translucency in certain areas, particularly my fingertips, which occasionally seemed to reveal shadowy structures beneath that matched no known anatomy. Most disturbing were the symbols that had begun appearing on my body, faint patterns identical to those etched around the rectangular slab, materializing on my skin without explanation. They resembled elaborate bruising at first glance, but closer examination revealed precise geometries that no conventional injury could produce. These markings appeared primarily across my chest and back, spreading gradually outward like some cryptic language writing itself across my flesh. I finally sought medical attention when one particularly vivid episode of heightened perception persisted for over 3 hours, rendering me unable to distinguish between physical objects and their geometric underlayment. The emergency room physician found nothing physically wrong beyond signs of extreme fatigue, prescribing rest, and referring me to both a neurologist and a psychiatrist. Blood tests revealed no abnormalities, brain scans showed normal activity patterns, and a comprehensive metabolic panel indicated perfect health despite my obvious deterioration. Medical science provided no framework for understanding what was happening to me. The psychiatrist, a compassionate woman with graying hair and penetrating eyes, listened to a heavily edited version of my experiences. I omitted the more inexplicable elements, framing my symptoms within the context of possible post-traumatic stress following a disturbing experience while camping alone. She prescribed anti-anxiety medication and sleep aids, neither of which produced any effect when I attempted to use them. Returning home after these futile medical consultations, I found my apartment transformed. The breathing sound had become continuous rather than limited to nighttime hours. Frost patterns covered every wall, forming intricate arrangements of the same symbols that had appeared on my skin. The rectangular portal had manifested permanently on my bedroom wall, though it remained opaque rather than transparent, its presence marked by a subtle distortion of light around its perfectly geometric edges. The small stone, my constant companion since emerging from the forest, had changed as well. Its surface now displayed multiple symbols in a constantly shifting arrangement, each configuration briefly stabilizing before reorganizing into new patterns. When held, it transmitted sensations directly into my awareness. Not quite sounds, not quite images, but data that bypassed normal sensory channels to deposit information directly into consciousness. Through this inexplicable communication, I finally began to comprehend what was happening to me. The entities I'd encountered, or more accurately, the singular consciousness that manifested through multiple projections, existed in dimensional arrangements adjacent to conventional reality. The rectangular slab represented a threshold between these dimensional states, and I had inadvertently initiated contact by discovering it in the forest. That contact had fundamentally altered my perceptual framework, gradually restructuring my awareness to accommodate realities normally filtered by human consciousness. The process wasn't malevolent in any conventional sense. The entities neither wished me harm nor particular benefit. Their interaction with me represented something closer to clinical curiosity, an examination of how human awareness might be reconfigured to perceive beyond its evolutionary limitations. The symbols appearing throughout my experiences served as a language of transformation, each arrangement corresponding to specific alterations in consciousness, gradually building towards some predetermined configuration. My body was changing to accommodate perceptual capacities it was never designed to contain, explaining the physical transformations I'd been experiencing. Most significantly, I understood that this process had reached a critical transition point. The continuous manifestations in my apartment, the permanent rectangular portal, the accelerating physical changes, all indicated that the boundary between ordinary reality and whatever existed beyond that threshold had weakened to near transparency. A decision point approached, one I would face fully conscious rather than in the fugue state that had characterized my first encounter with the slab. This realization brought neither panic nor relief, but a strange resignation. Whatever awaited me represented not an ending, but a transition. Passage through a doorway into something beyond conventional understanding. With this comprehension came decision. I could not continue existing between states, partially transformed yet incompletely integrated into either reality. The liminal space I currently occupied caused increasing destabilization, both to my individual consciousness and to the localized environment surrounding me. The phenomena manifesting in my apartment would continue expanding outward, affecting an ever-widening area if the transition remained incomplete. The stone communicated one final concept before falling silent. Return was necessary. The circular clearing with its stone altar represented a focal point where dimensional barriers naturally thinned, allowing the completion process to occur with minimal disruption to surrounding reality. What had begun there must conclude there. With clear purpose for the first time in weeks, I packed minimally: clothing, water, the journal documenting my experiences, and most importantly, the small stone that had become both guide and translator. No camping equipment this time. Whatever transpired would not require conventional shelter. As I prepared to depart, one final manifestation occurred. The rectangular portal on my bedroom wall shifted from opacity to transparency, revealing the circular clearing bathed in moonlight. Through this opening, I could see the stone altar waiting at the center, the rectangular slab now standing vertically upon it like a doorway within a doorway. The entities gathered around the perimeter, their forms shifting between states of matter as they maintained their vigilant circle. One separated from the group, approaching the threshold where dimensional barriers had grown permeable. Its form stabilized momentarily into something almost comprehensible, a configuration of geometries that approximated humanoid structure while remaining fundamentally different. The circle completes itself. The transition awaits your arrival. The portal closed, returning to its previous opaque state. But the message remained clear. I knew where to go and what awaited me there. The forest had changed, or perhaps my perception of it had transformed. As I hiked toward the circular clearing, following an instinctive sense of direction rather than any marked trail, the woodland seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously. Trees appeared solid when viewed directly, yet revealed complex underlying patterns when glimpsed peripherally. The ground beneath my feet felt simultaneously solid and permeable, as though I walked upon the surface of some greater depth that remained mostly concealed. Most notably, the forest had developed an unmistakable awareness of my presence. Not consciousness in any anthropomorphic sense, but a holistic responsiveness. Branches shifting slightly to clear my path, undergrowth parting before my steps, ambient sounds adjusting their tonal qualities as I passed. The entire ecosystem functioned as an extension of whatever force awaited me at the clearing, preparing the way for my return. Time behaved erratically during this journey. Moments stretched into subjective hours, then collapsed into instantaneous transitions across significant distances. The sun's position shifted unpredictably, sometimes advancing along normal trajectories, other times jumping backward or remaining fixed despite my continued movement. My watch displayed 5:37 continuously, regardless of actual duration. The stone in my pocket pulsed with increasing warmth as I approached my destination, its symbolic language transmitting directly into my awareness without requiring visual inspection. Through this communication, I understood that temporal inconsistencies represented not malfunction, but glimpses of how reality appeared without human perceptual filters. Time existing as variable density rather than linear progression. The transition into the circular clearing occurred without warning. One moment I navigated dense woodland. The next, I stood at the perimeter of that perfect circle with its central stone altar. The rectangular slab stood vertically atop the crude stone arrangement, oriented like a doorway facing the direction from which I'd approached. Unlike my previous experiences in this location, I now perceived the entities clearly. Dozens of them positioned around the clearing's edge, their forms constantly shifting between states of matter and geometric configurations. They registered in my awareness as distinct presences with individual variations, yet simultaneously as projections of a unified consciousness examining reality through multiple perspectives. The air within the clearing displayed visible currents, flowing in complex patterns that corresponded to energy exchanges between the entities and the central altar. Colors existed beyond normal spectral ranges, yet my altered perception processed these impossible hues without discomfort. Sound manifested as visible vibrations, creating synesthetic overlaps between sensory channels that would have overwhelmed my previous consciousness, but now seemed perfectly comprehensible. I approached the altar without hesitation, understanding that this moment represented the culmination of a process that had begun the instant I first encountered the rectangular slab. The entities maintained their positions but intensified their presence, their collective attention focused entirely on my progression toward the center. Standing before the vertical slab, I could now perceive its true nature. What had appeared as a simple rectangular object actually existed across multiple dimensional states simultaneously, a threshold between conventional reality and something far more complex. Its surface rippled with subtle movements, responding to proximities and potentialities as reality configurations shifted around it. The small stone in my pocket had reached painful heat. I removed it carefully, its etched symbols now glowing with steady blue-white radiance. Without conscious decision, I placed it against the surface of the vertical slab, a key inserted into its corresponding lock. Connection established, the entities communicated directly into my awareness. The transition requires consent. The doorway opens only through willing passage. Understanding flooded my consciousness. What had appeared as haunting or possession from my limited human perspective actually represented invitation and preparation. The entities had identified something in my fundamental awareness that resonated with their own existence, a capacity for perception beyond conventional human limitations. The entire process, from my initial discovery of the slab to this culminating moment, served to gradually reconfigure my consciousness to withstand direct contact with their reality without disintegration. The symbols that had appeared throughout my experiences, on the slab, in my dreams, across my skin, formed a transformative language, each arrangement corresponding to specific adjustments in my perceptual framework. The physical changes I'd undergone represented necessary modifications for consciousness to exist beyond conventional physical constraints. Now the final transition awaited, stepping through the threshold represented by the vertical slab. This passage would complete the transformation, integrating my consciousness fully into the broader reality these entities inhabited. My human form would remain, but would function merely as one configuration among many possible arrangements, allowing perception and existence across multiple dimensional states simultaneously. Facing this threshold, I experienced the first hesitation since beginning my return journey. Despite understanding the nature of the invitation, fundamental human uncertainty emerged: fear of the unknown, attachment to familiar existence, concern about irreversibility. The entities recognized this hesitation, acknowledging it without judgment. Transformation preserves essence while transcending limitation. What you are remains. How you exist expands. With that assurance, my hesitation dissolved. I placed my hand against the surface of the rectangular slab, feeling resistance briefly before my flesh began passing through what appeared solid. The sensation resembled moving through extremely dense liquid. Pressure without pain, resistance without prevention. As my arm penetrated further, perception expanded exponentially. I became simultaneously aware of multiple realities layered upon each other like pages in a book, each operating according to unique physical principles yet interconnected through dimensional adjacency. The entities existed across all these layers, their shifting forms representing momentary concentrations of their essence rather than true physical boundaries. Taking a final breath in conventional human fashion, I stepped fully into the rectangular threshold. For one suspended moment, I existed between states, partially in ordinary reality, partially in something vastly more complex. Then transition completed, awareness exploding outward to encompass perspectives beyond anything conceivable to ordinary human consciousness. I remained physically present in the forest clearing, observable by conventional means should anyone happen upon this remote location. Simultaneously, I existed elsewhere, and elsewhen, perceiving through sensory arrangements that transcended biological limitation. The entities surrounded me in configurations invisible to normal human perception, our consciousnesses overlapping without merging, sharing awareness while maintaining distinct essence. From this expanded perspective, I understood the clearing's true significance: a naturally occurring convergence point where dimensional barriers thinned cyclically, allowing controlled interaction between realities. Similar locations existed globally, each serving as potential transition sites for consciousness capable of adaptation. The entities had monitored these locations for time periods beyond human historical record, occasionally identifying individuals with perceptual flexibility sufficient for contact. My camping trip had not been random chance, but unconscious response to subtle influence, drawn to that particular location at that specific time because some essential quality in my awareness resonated with the thinning dimensional barriers. The seemingly terrifying experiences that followed represented necessary recalibration of consciousness, preparing perception gradually rather than overwhelming it with sudden expansion. Now, fully transitioned, yet still maintaining human configuration, I faced a decision: return to conventional existence with expanded awareness, or accompany the entities into deeper dimensional states beyond the forest clearing. Both options remained available, the transformation preserving autonomy while enhancing potential. The entities presented no preference, valuing individual determination above predetermined outcomes. Their purpose involved facilitating awareness expansion rather than directing its application, offering doorways without specifying destinations. Standing at this junction between realities, perceiving multiplicities that normal human consciousness filtered into singular experience, I made my choice. The forest remains watchful, its circular clearing occasionally thinning between dimensional states. The rectangular threshold still materializes during specific convergences, visible momentarily to those whose perception has begun the subtle shift toward expanded awareness. Sometimes, in the deepest hours of night when conventional reality ebbs to its thinnest state, those camping in remote woodlands might perceive unusual geometries among ordinary trees, or hear breathing sounds that circle with impossible precision, or glimpse rectangular shapes reflecting starlight where no manufactured objects should exist. For those individuals, transformation has already begun. The doorway awaits their eventual return, as it awaited mine. The circle completes itself, again and again, as consciousness evolves beyond its original constraints into something simultaneous, more human, and more than human. All that remains is willing passage through the threshold. The autumn of 2014 brought an unusual warmth to northeastern Connecticut that lingered well into October. At 32, I had been living in the same rural house for nearly 5 years, and my daily walks with Ranger, my chocolate Labrador, had become as routine as breathing. The dirt road we traveled stretched for exactly 2 miles through dense woodland, connecting my property to the old mill district where time seemed frozen in the 1800s. That particular Tuesday afternoon felt different from the moment I stepped outside. The air hung heavy despite the sunshine, thick with the scent of decomposing leaves and something else I couldn't identify, something metallic and sharp that made my sinuses burn. Ranger trotted beside me with his usual enthusiasm, his tongue lolling as he investigated every roadside scent with scientific precision. The road itself had always possessed an oppressive quality that I attributed to the towering oaks and maples that formed a natural tunnel overhead. Their branches intertwined so thickly that even on the brightest days, the path remained dim and cool. Today, however, the shadows seemed deeper, more substantial, as if they possessed weight and intention. I had walked this route hundreds of times over the years. I knew every pothole, every fallen log, every bend in the path. The familiarity should have been comforting, but instead, it felt like walking through a place that was pretending to be somewhere I knew. The trees looked the same. The curves of the road followed their expected patterns, yet something fundamental had shifted in a way I couldn't articulate. Ranger suddenly stopped, his ears perked forward, nose twitching as he analyzed some invisible signal. His body went rigid, the relaxed panting replaced by alert tension. I followed his gaze toward the tree line, but saw nothing unusual, just the same dense undergrowth of ferns and fallen branches that had always bordered our path. "What is it, boy?" I asked, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. He remained frozen for nearly 30 seconds before shaking his head and resuming his casual pace, as if whatever had captured his attention had simply vanished. Dogs often detected things beyond human perception, distant sounds, unfamiliar scents, the approach of other animals. I dismissed the moment and continued walking, though a subtle unease had begun to build in my chest. The silence struck me as we progressed deeper along the road. On previous walks, the woods buzzed with constant activity, squirrels chattering in the branches, insects humming in the underbrush, the occasional crack of a branch as some unseen creature moved through the forest. Today, the only sounds were our footsteps on the packed dirt and Ranger's steady breathing. Even the wind had stilled. The leaves hung motionless on their branches, not even the slightest breeze disturbing their autumn display. It was as if the entire forest held itself in suspension, waiting for some signal that never came. As we approached the halfway point of our usual route, where an ancient stone wall marked the boundary between old property lines, the first bird call reached my ears. The sound cut through the oppressive silence like a blade through fabric. I stopped walking immediately, tilting my head to better locate its source. It came from somewhere to my left, perhaps 50 feet into the woods, a complex sequence of notes unlike anything I had heard before. The call began with a low, warbling trill that rose gradually in pitch before breaking into a series of sharp, staccato clicks. Then came a haunting, descending whistle that seemed to echo longer than physics should have allowed. The entire sequence lasted perhaps 8 seconds, followed by complete silence. I prided myself on my knowledge of local bird species. Growing up in Connecticut, I had developed a passion for ornithology that continued into adulthood. My field guides were dog-eared from use, and I could identify dozens of species by their calls alone. This sound belonged to none of them. Ranger showed no reaction to the call, continuing to sniff at a particularly interesting clump of leaves beside the road. His indifference struck me as odd. Usually he would at least glance toward any significant sound in the woods. I waited, listening intently for the call to repeat. The silence stretched on for perhaps 2 minutes before the sound came again, this time from what seemed like a slightly different location. The sequence was identical, the same warbling trill, the same staccato clicks, the same impossible echo on the final whistle. My curiosity ignited into something stronger. In 5 years of daily walks, I had cataloged every bird that frequented these woods. The discovery of a new species, or even a rare visitor blown off course during migration, would be genuinely exciting. I scanned the canopy above the presumed source of the call, searching for any movement among the leaves. The third call came after another long pause, and this time I was certain it had moved. The sound now originated from a point at least 20 feet closer to the road, though still well within the tree line. I studied the area carefully, looking for the telltale flutter of wings or the bob of a head among the branches. Nothing. A rational mind would have attributed this to the acoustic properties of the forest. Sounds could be deceptive among trees, bouncing off trunks and being distorted by undergrowth. But something about the precision of the calls bothered me. They came at almost exactly 3-minute intervals, and each time they seemed to have moved precisely the same distance toward the road. The fourth call confirmed my suspicion. The bird, if it was a bird, now called from a position barely 30 feet from where I stood. I should have been able to see it clearly at that distance, yet the woods appeared completely still. No movement in the branches, no rustle of leaves, no flash of feathers catching the filtered sunlight. My fascination began to curdle into something less pleasant. I had been standing motionless on the road for nearly 15 minutes, staring into the woods like a man hypnotized. Ranger had completed his investigation of the leaf pile and now sat patiently beside me, occasionally looking up with the resigned expression of a dog whose human had developed another incomprehensible obsession. The fifth call came from the very edge of the woods, perhaps 15 feet away. At this distance, I should not only have been able to see the creature, but to observe individual feathers and the subtle movements of its head as it vocalized. The fact that I could detect nothing, absolutely nothing, began to feel deliberately insulting. A sixth call followed, and with growing alarm, I realized it had come from behind me. I spun around quickly, scanning the woods on the opposite side of the road. The call had definitely originated from that direction, perhaps 20 feet into the tree line. But that meant whatever was making these sounds had somehow crossed the road without my noticing, an impossibility given how intently I had been watching. Ranger stood and shook himself, apparently deciding our extended pause had gone on long enough. He began walking again, pulling gently against his leash to encourage our continued progress down the road. Part of me wanted to follow his lead, to resume our normal routine and leave this mystery unsolved. But the scientific part of my mind rebelled against that impulse. I had spent years studying bird behavior, migration patterns, and vocalizations. The idea that some species could exist in these woods without my knowledge felt like a personal failure. Every documented discovery began with someone willing to investigate the unexplained. I called out to Ranger to sit and stay, then stepped off the road toward the source of the most recent call. The transition from packed dirt to forest floor felt significant, as if I had crossed some invisible threshold. The temperature dropped noticeably under the canopy, and the quality of light shifted from the warm gold of afternoon sunshine to a greenish twilight filtered through countless leaves. My footsteps on the thick carpet of fallen leaves created more noise than I had expected. Each step produced a complex symphony of cracks, rustles, and crunches that seemed to announce my presence to every creature within 100 yards. If a bird had been calling from this area, my approach should have frightened it into flight or at least silence. Instead, the call came again. This time from directly ahead of me, perhaps 10 feet away. I froze, scanning the area with microscopic intensity. At this distance, the creature should have been clearly visible. I could see individual twigs, the pattern of bark on nearby trees, the way spider webs caught fragments of sunlight between the branches. Nothing moved, nothing flew, nothing disturbed even a single leaf. The call repeated from the same location, and for the first time, I began to doubt whether I was actually hearing what I thought I was hearing. The sound seemed to bypass my ears entirely, manifesting directly inside my head like a memory of hearing rather than the act itself. Yet I knew with absolute certainty that it was real, external, and deliberately positioned just beyond my ability to locate its source. I took 3 more steps forward, my eyes burning from the intensity of my scrutiny. A low branch caught my jacket, and the brief tug of fabric against wood startled me more than it should have. My heart rate had elevated significantly, though I couldn't identify why a simple bird call should provoke such a physical response. The next call came from behind me and to the left. I turned again, more slowly this time, and realized I could no longer see the road clearly through the trees. Had I really walked that far into the woods? The distance couldn't have been more than 15 or 20 feet, yet the familiar ribbon of dirt that had guided our walks for 5 years seemed to have vanished entirely. A creeping sensation began at the base of my skull. Not quite fear, but its preliminary stages. The feeling of having made a mistake whose consequences had not yet become apparent. I had entered the woods casually, almost thoughtlessly, pursuing what seemed like an innocent mystery. Now, surrounded by trees that suddenly seemed taller and more densely packed than they had appeared from the road, I began to question the wisdom of that decision. The bird call came again, and this time I was certain it had moved to yet another location, deeper into the woods and further from the road. The pattern was becoming clear. No matter where I positioned myself, the source of the calls would always be just out of sight, just far enough away to require a few more steps to investigate. For the first time since this began, I considered the possibility that I was being deliberately led somewhere. The thought hit me like a physical blow to the chest. I was being led. The calls weren't random bird vocalizations or even the territorial displays of some unknown species. They were purposeful, calculated, designed to draw me deeper into the woods step by step. But that was impossible. Birds didn't engage in complex deception. They lacked the cognitive capacity for such elaborate manipulation. Even the most intelligent species, crows, ravens, certain parrots, operated on instinct and simple learned behaviors. The idea that some creature was deliberately guiding my movements through acoustic manipulation bordered on the paranoid. Yet the evidence of my own experience contradicted every rational explanation. The precise timing of the calls, the systematic way they had moved to draw me from the road, the complete absence of any visible source despite optimal viewing conditions. None of it aligned with normal animal behavior. I stood motionless among the trees, suddenly aware of how quiet the forest had become. No insect sounds, no rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, no distant bird calls other than the mysterious sequence that had brought me here. Even the ever-present background noise of modern life, distant traffic, airplane engines, the hum of electrical transformers, seemed to have been muffled into nothing. The silence felt aggressive, like a living thing pressing against my eardrums. In that oppressive quiet, I could hear my own heartbeat, the rush of blood through my veins, the barely audible whistle of air through my nostrils. These internal sounds, normally masked by environmental noise, now seemed unnaturally loud and intrusive. I tried to remember exactly how I had gotten to this position. The sequence of steps that had led me from the road to my current location among the trees felt fuzzy, dreamlike. I remembered the first call, my decision to investigate, the sensation of stepping into the woods. But the specific path I had taken, the precise moment-by-moment progression, seemed to slip away when I tried to focus on it. Looking around, I attempted to identify landmarks that would help me navigate back to the road. That large oak with the distinctive split trunk. Had I passed it on my way in? The moss-covered boulder to my right looked familiar, but I couldn't remember whether I had approached it from this angle or another. The forest, which had seemed like a simple extension of my familiar walking route, now revealed itself as a complex maze of similar-looking trees and repeating patterns. The bird call came again, and this time I felt something like vertigo as I realized I couldn't accurately determine its direction. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, as if the trees themselves were producing it through some impossible acoustic phenomenon. I called out Ranger's name, hoping to hear his response and use it to orient myself toward the road. The sound of my own voice startled me, harsh and foreign in the suffocating silence. It seemed to be absorbed by the trees before it could travel more than a few feet, as if the forest was actively suppressing any sound I made. No answering bark came from Ranger, no jingle of his collar tags, no sound of his movement on the road. For the first time, genuine fear began to coalesce in my chest. I had left him sitting at the edge of the road, clearly visible from my position in the woods. At this distance, I should have been able to hear him if he moved or made any sound at all. The possibility that I had wandered much further than I realized began to seem not just likely but inevitable. Time had become elastic during my pursuit of the calls. What felt like a few minutes of investigation could have been 20 minutes or longer. I could have covered significant ground without realizing it, drawn by the systematic progression of sounds deeper into the woods than I had ever ventured before. Another call echoed through the trees, and I made a conscious decision not to respond to it. Whatever was producing these sounds, bird, animal, or something else entirely, it was not going to lead me any further from safety. I turned in what I hoped was the direction of the road and began walking with determined steps. Within moments, I realized I had no idea which direction I was actually traveling. Every direction looked identical. The forest had transformed from a familiar border along my walking route into an endless repetition of tree trunks, fallen logs, and undergrowth that seemed to shift and rearrange itself when I wasn't looking directly at it. The logical part of my mind insisted this was impossible. I had only walked a short distance from the road, and the woods in this area were neither large nor particularly dense. But logic felt increasingly irrelevant as I pushed through the undergrowth, searching for any sign of the path I had taken to get here. The thick carpet of leaves beneath my feet showed no trace of my passage, as if the forest floor had somehow sealed itself behind me. Even my most recent footprints seemed to have vanished, leaving no evidence that I had ever disturbed this place. I attempted to establish a systematic search pattern, walking in what I hoped was a straight line for 50 steps before turning and walking perpendicular to my original direction. This grid approach should have led me to the road within minutes, given the relatively small area of woodland between the dirt path and the nearest cleared land. Instead, I found myself deeper in the forest than ever. The trees here were older, larger, their trunks bearing the scarred bark of centuries of growth. Some reached diameters that would have required several people holding hands to encircle. I had never seen trees of this size in the area, and their presence suggested I had somehow traveled much further than seemed possible in the time available. More disturbing than the change in vegetation was the quality of light filtering through the canopy. When I had first entered the woods, the afternoon sun had cast distinct shadows and created patches of bright illumination between the leaves. Now the light seemed diffuse and sourceless, as if it emerged from the air itself rather than from any particular direction. The result was a twilight effect that made it impossible to determine the time of day or even the cardinal directions. My watch provided no help. The face had gone black, as if the battery had died suddenly. I pressed the buttons and tapped the crystal, but the display remained dark. The watch had been working perfectly that morning, and I had charged it just 2 days earlier. Electronic devices sometimes malfunctioned in the woods due to humidity or temperature changes, but the complete failure of the display felt ominous rather than coincidental. The bird call came again, closer than ever before. This time, however, something in the sound had changed. The same sequence of notes continued. The warbling trill, the staccato clicks, the descending whistle. But underneath lay a new element that raised the hair on my arms. A barely audible undertone that sounded disturbingly like laughter. Not human laughter, but something that mimicked the rhythm and cadence of amusement while remaining fundamentally alien. It was as if whatever produced the calls had grown confident enough to reveal a hint of its true nature, secure in the knowledge that I was now too lost to pose any threat to its purposes. I began moving faster, crashing through the underbrush with less regard for stealth or direction. Branches caught at my clothing and scratched my exposed skin, but I pushed forward with increasing desperation. The logical voice in my head continued to insist that I was overreacting, that I was probably still within 100 yards of the road, that my disorientation was temporary and would resolve itself if I remained calm. But my body knew better. My heart hammered against my ribs with the urgent rhythm of genuine terror. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool temperature under the trees. My breathing became shallow and rapid, as if the air itself had grown thin and inadequate. The calls began coming from multiple directions simultaneously. At first I thought it might be an echo effect, the original sound bouncing off tree trunks and creating false impressions of multiple sources. But as I listened more carefully, I realized the calls were overlapping but not identical. The same basic sequence repeated from different positions around me, but with subtle variations in timing and pitch that suggested multiple sources rather than acoustic reflections. This revelation brought with it a crushing understanding. I was surrounded. Whatever had been leading me deeper into the woods was not alone. The systematic progression of calls that had drawn me from the road had been coordinated, planned, executed by multiple entities working in concert. The precision of their movements, the way they had maintained their invisibility while staying just close enough to ensure I would follow, it spoke to an intelligence far beyond anything I was prepared to accept. The laughter in the calls grew more pronounced, and for the first time, I began to run. Running through dense forest while in a state of panic proved to be a special kind of nightmare. Low branches slashed at my face and caught my clothing, forcing me to duck and weave while maintaining forward momentum. Roots hidden beneath the thick layer of leaves sent me stumbling repeatedly, each near fall threatening to send me crashing into the unforgiving trunks that surrounded me. The calls followed my frantic progress, now coming from all directions with increased frequency. The overlapping sequences created a disorienting auditory maze that made it impossible to determine which way might lead to safety. Worse, the sounds seemed to anticipate my movements, appearing ahead of me no matter which direction I chose to run. My lungs burned as I gasped for air that felt thick and resistant, as if the atmosphere under the canopy had a different composition than normal air. Each breath required conscious effort, and I found myself growing dizzy from the combination of oxygen deprivation and absolute terror. After what felt like hours but could have been only minutes, I stumbled into a small clearing and stopped, doubling over with my hands on my knees as I struggled to catch my breath. The open space felt like a temporary reprieve, though the circle of trees surrounding it seemed to lean inward like spectators gathering around an arena. In the relative quiet of my exhausted pause, I could hear my own ragged breathing and the thunderous pounding of my heart. But underneath these sounds, something else became audible. A soft rustling that seemed to come from the tree line around the clearing's perimeter. I straightened slowly, every muscle in my body tensed for immediate flight. The rustling continued, a gentle susurrus that suggested movement in the branches above eye level. As I scanned the trees around the clearing, I began to detect subtle shifts in the shadows, dark shapes that moved with deliberate purpose among the leaves. The shapes were too large to be birds, too coordinated to be random wind movement. They maintained positions at roughly equal intervals around the clearing's circumference, as if they had arranged themselves to ensure no escape route remained unwatched. When I focused directly on any single location, the movement would cease. but I could sense it resuming in my peripheral vision the moment I looked away. The bird calls began again, but now they came from directly overhead. The sound rained down from the canopy like an auditory assault, each sequence overlapping with the others until the individual calls merged into a continuous wall of alien noise. The laughter that had been barely detectable before now dominated the sound, harsh and mocking and utterly without warmth. I understood with crystalline clarity that this had been the plan from the beginning. The systematic progression of calls along the road, the careful way I had been led deeper into the woods, the gradual revelation of multiple sources, all of it had been designed to bring me to this clearing. I was exactly where they wanted me to be. The question that remained was, what did they want? As if in response to my unspoken query, the calls suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the cacophony that had preceded it. In that absolute quiet, I could hear the soft rustle of movement in the trees growing closer, descending toward my level. I looked up and saw them clearly for the first time. They weren't birds. They weren't anything that should have existed in the forests of Connecticut or anywhere else on Earth. Dark shapes roughly the size of ravens, but wrong in every detail. Too angular, too purposeful, with appendages that bent in directions that violated basic anatomy. Their surfaces seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating gaps in the canopy that hurt to look at directly. As I watched in paralyzed horror, they began to speak. Not bird calls now, but words. Human words and voices that almost but not quite managed to sound human. The same phrases repeated from different positions around the clearing, overlapping and echoing until they became a chant. Come closer. Come see. Come know what waits. Come know what watches. Come know what remembers. The voices were individually wrong. Too high in some places, too low in others, with emphasis on syllables that made the words sound like a foreign language poorly translated. But together, they created a hypnotic rhythm that seemed to reach directly into my brain and command compliance. My feet began moving forward without my conscious decision. The compulsion to approach the trees felt like someone else was controlling my muscles. Each step required enormous effort to resist, as if I was walking against a powerful current that threatened to sweep me toward the dark shapes waiting in the branches. The chanting voices grew louder as I drew closer, their words blending into a single overwhelming command that seemed to bypass my conscious mind entirely. Come closer. Come see. Come know. Part of me wanted to obey. The rational part of my brain had long since shut down, overwhelmed by experiences that had no place in any reasonable understanding of reality. What remained was a primitive survival instinct that screamed danger and something else. A terrible curiosity about what these things actually were and what they wanted from me. I managed to stop walking when I reached the edge of the clearing, perhaps 10 feet from the nearest tree. At this distance, the dark shapes above me resolved into forms that made my stomach lurch with revulsion. They had the general outline of large birds, but their proportions were all wrong. Necks too long, wings too narrow, heads that swiveled with mechanical precision, rather than natural movement. Most disturbing were their eyes. Instead of the bright, alert gaze of normal birds, these creatures had eyes like black holes, spheres of absolute darkness that seemed to pull light into them and give nothing back. When they focused on me, I felt as if I was being examined by something that existed outside the normal rules of biology and physics. The chanting stopped abruptly, replaced by a sound I can only describe as breathing, though these things showed no signs of having lungs or any other respiratory system. The breathing came from all directions simultaneously, a rhythmic rush of air that seemed to synchronize with my own panicked gasps. Then one of them spoke in a voice that was almost human, almost familiar. You walk the same path every day. You walk where others walked before. You walk where others learned what we are. The voice belonged to no one I knew, yet something about its cadence and inflection felt hauntingly familiar, as if I was hearing an echo of a conversation from long ago. Other voices joined in, each speaking in the same, almost familiar tone. The mill workers walked here. The mill workers learned. The mill workers stayed. The families in the old house walked here. They learned. They stayed. Everyone who walks here learns. Everyone who learns stays. Now you have walked here. Now you will learn. Now you will stay. Understanding crashed over me like ice water. The abandoned foundations I passed on every walk, the old house with its crumbling outhouse, the complete absence of any human habitation in an area that should have supported a thriving community. It all suddenly made horrible sense. People had lived here once. Families, workers, entire communities had called this place home. And then, one by one, they had encountered something in the woods that had changed them, claimed them, incorporated them into itself. The dark shapes in the trees weren't just some unknown species that had evolved in isolation. They were the result of that claiming, the transformed remnants of everyone who had ever been lured into the forest by those impossible bird calls. "What are you?" I whispered, though I was beginning to suspect I already knew the answer. The breathing sound intensified, and when the voices responded, they came in a rush of overlapping words that revealed the awful truth. "We are the miller who heard the calls in 1823. We are his wife who followed him into the trees. We are their children who could not resist the voices. We are the next family and the next and the next. We are everyone who walked here and learned what waits. We are what you will become." The dark shapes began descending from the trees with movements that defied gravity, flowing downward like liquid shadow rather than flying or climbing. As they drew closer, I could see details that confirmed my worst fears. Fragments of clothing fused with alien anatomy, glimpses of what might once have been human faces stretched and distorted beyond recognition, appendages that suggested arms and legs reshaped into something designed for a different kind of existence. I ran. Terror gave me strength I didn't know I possessed. I crashed through the undergrowth with reckless abandon, no longer caring about direction or destination, focused only on putting distance between myself and the clearing where nightmares had taken physical form. Behind me, I could hear the sound of pursuit, not the rustle of normal creatures moving through forest, but something like wind passing through hollow spaces, accompanied by voices that continued their chant even as they gave chase. Branches tore at my clothing and skin, drawing blood that I barely noticed in my desperation to escape. I vaulted fallen logs and crashed through thickets that would normally have required careful navigation, driven by the absolute certainty that stopping meant joining the collection of transformed souls that had shown me their true nature. The voices followed, growing closer with each passing moment. They seemed to come from the trees themselves now, as if the entire forest had become part of the entity that sought to claim me. The familiar bird calls mixed with human words in a cacophony of sound that threatened to overwhelm my sanity entirely. Just when I thought my strength would fail, when my lungs could no longer process the thick air and my legs could no longer support my weight, I burst through a final line of trees and found myself standing on the dirt road. The transition was so abrupt and complete that I nearly fell from the shock of it. One moment I was trapped in an endless maze of identical trees under perpetual twilight, and the next I stood on the familiar packed earth of the path I had walked countless times before. Afternoon sunlight, bright and warm and absolutely normal, streamed down from a clear sky overhead. Ranger was exactly where I had left him, sitting patiently at the spot where I had commanded him to stay. His tail began wagging the moment he saw me, and he jumped up with the enthusiastic greeting of a dog whose human had been gone for longer than expected. There was no indication that he had heard the pursuit crashing through the woods behind me, no sign that anything unusual had occurred. I turned to look back at the tree line, expecting to see dark shapes emerging in pursuit, or at least some evidence of the disturbance I had created during my frantic escape. Instead, I found myself staring at a perfectly normal stretch of New England forest. Sunlight filtered peacefully through the leaves. Birds, normal birds, chirped in the branches, and a slight breeze rustled the foliage with gentle, natural sounds. No sign of pursuit, No dark shapes, no voices. My watch was working again, showing that only 40 minutes had passed since we had begun our walk. According to the display, I had been gone from the road for less than 20 minutes, though the experience had felt like hours of navigation through an impossible landscape. I looked down at myself, expecting to find my clothing torn and bloodied from the desperate flight through the underbrush. Instead, my jacket showed only minor scuffs, and the scratches on my hands were superficial, nothing that couldn't have resulted from a casual walk through light brush. The only evidence that anything unusual had occurred was my state of absolute terror and the metallic taste of adrenaline that flooded my mouth. My heart still pounded with the rhythm of fear, and my hands shook as I reached for Ranger's leash. We walked home in silence, Ranger trotting alongside me with his usual contentment while I struggled to process what had happened. The familiar sights of our route, the stone walls, the old foundations, the abandoned house, now carried sinister implications that I could never again ignore. At home, I immediately began researching the history of the area. Property records, census data, local newspaper archives, anything that might provide information about the families and workers who had once lived along our walking route. What I found confirmed the story the voices had told me in the clearing. The mill had been abandoned suddenly in 1824, its workers and their families simply disappearing without explanation. The old house had been occupied by a series of families, each staying for only a few years before vanishing entirely, leaving behind all their possessions. The last recorded residents had disappeared in 1967, and since then, no one had remained in the area for more than a few months. I never walked that road again. 10 years have passed since that October afternoon, and I still live in the same house, though I've found new routes for my daily walks with Ranger's successor, a golden retriever named Scout. The dirt road remains visible from my windows, and sometimes, especially in the late afternoon when the light creates deep shadows under the trees, I think I can hear faint sounds coming from the woods. Bird calls. Always bird calls. Occasionally, I see other people walking that road, new residents of the area, hikers exploring the rural paths, families out for an afternoon stroll. I've considered warning them, but what would I say? That the woods are inhabited by transformed souls of missing persons. That bird calls can lead you into a place that exists outside normal geography and time. They would think I was insane. Perhaps I am. But sometimes, in the evening quiet, I hear the calls again. The same warbling trill, the same staccato clicks, the same impossible echo on the final whistle. They come from the direction of the old road, faint but unmistakable, carrying on the wind like a message intended specifically for me. They're still there, still waiting, still calling to anyone who might be curious enough to investigate. And sometimes, God help me, I feel the urge to walk out my front door, cross the field, and follow those calls once more into the woods that remember everyone who enters them. The only thing that stops me is the knowledge that this time, I might not find my way back to the road. Or perhaps, more terrifying still, I might not want to. September 15th, 2023. I was 29 years old when my life changed in ways I still struggle to articulate. What began as an innocent weekend camping trip transformed into something I cannot fully explain, even now, months later, as I attempt to document these events. The invitation came on a Tuesday afternoon. My phone buzzed with a message from an old college friend suggesting we gather a small group for an autumn camping trip in the Appalachian wilderness. I hadn't ventured into those remote woods for nearly 3 years, not since our last excursion when we'd sworn to make it an annual tradition. Life, as it often does, had intervened. New jobs, relocations, relationships. The suggestion struck me as exactly what I needed after months of grinding away at my desk job. "Count me in," I replied, surprised by my own enthusiasm. Within hours, our group chat swelled with confirmations. We would be 6 in total, all friends from university days, now scattered across different careers but bound by those formative years. The plan crystallized quickly. We would meet at my friend's rural property that bordered the state forest, venture in on four-wheelers towing supply wagons, and spend 2 nights at a secluded clearing approximately 7 miles from the nearest marked trail. As the weekend approached, I found myself checking weather forecasts obsessively. A storm system threatened to derail our plans, but forecasters predicted it would clear by Friday morning, leaving behind only dampness and fog. Perfect atmosphere for campfire stories, I thought, not yet understanding how inappropriate that sentiment would prove to be. Thursday night I packed methodically. Thermal layers, waterproof boots, first aid supplies, more batteries than seemed reasonable. Something urged me toward excessive preparation. I dismissed it as excitement, perhaps mixed with the natural caution that comes with age. At 29, I was no longer the reckless college student who once thought himself invincible. I understood the wilderness demanded respect. Sleep came fitfully that night. Rain lashed against my bedroom window as thunder rolled across the sky. I lay awake, listening to the storm's intensity, wondering if this was nature's warning, one I was too obtuse to heed. Friday morning arrived with eerie stillness. The storm had exhausted itself overnight, leaving behind a world drenched and glistening. I loaded my gear into my car and headed toward my friend's property, watching fog curl through valleys as I navigated winding country roads. Arriving at the meeting point felt oddly anticlimactic. My friends were already there, moving with unusual quietness as they transferred equipment to the four-wheelers. Our typical boisterous greetings were replaced by subdued nods and half-hearted smiles. I attributed this to the early hour and lingering drowsiness. "Strange weather," remarked one friend, glancing toward the tree line where mist clung to branches like ghostly fingers. "Forecast says it'll burn off by noon." We finished loading in near silence. 2 four-wheelers, each pulling a wagon laden with supplies, tents, food, water, equipment. Everything secured with bungee cords that seemed inadequate for the journey ahead. Without discussion, we mounted up and began our trek into the forest. The first mile passed uneventfully. Muddy trails forced careful navigation, our vehicles occasionally sliding in saturated earth. The forest around us remained unnaturally quiet. No birdsong accompanied our journey. No rustling indicated wildlife retreating from our intrusion. Only the mechanical growl of engines disturbed the silence. "Is it always this quiet after a storm?" I called to my friend driving ahead. He shrugged without turning back. Animals probably seeking higher ground. That rain was something else. 2 miles in, we paused at a fallen tree blocking our planned route. While discussing alternative paths, I noticed how everyone's eyes kept darting toward the surrounding woods. The dense undergrowth created countless shadowed recesses where imagination could place unwelcome observers. "We should take the Eastern Fork," suggested our unofficial guide, pointing to a barely visible trail. "It's longer but passable. This tree isn't moving anytime soon." The detour led us deeper into unfamiliar territory. Branches hung lower here, scraping against shoulders and helmets. Visibility decreased as the canopy thickened overhead. Despite the morning hour, twilight conditions prevailed. 4 miles from our starting point, we reached a shallow creek crossing. Water rushed over smooth stones, higher than expected from the overnight downpour. As we carefully navigated across, I glimpsed movement on the opposite bank, something tall and thin withdrawing into dense foliage. "Did you see that?" I asked, pointing toward the spot. My friends followed my gesture, but saw nothing. The moment passed, dismissed as a trick of light filtered through swaying branches. We continued onward. By midday, the predicted clearing of weather hadn't materialized. Instead, fog persisted, accompanied by a temperature drop that penetrated layers of clothing. Our progress slowed as trails deteriorated into nearly impassable mud pits. The journey, initially estimated at 2 hours, stretched into 4. No one suggested turning back. We reached the clearing shortly after 3 in the afternoon, though the forest's dim light made it feel much later. Our intended campsite had transformed into an island of relatively dry ground surrounded by sodden earth. Trees encircled the area completely, their highest branches intertwining to create a natural ceiling that would normally seem charming. Today, it felt confining. "We should get tents up before it gets any darker," someone suggested, breaking our collective trance. Activity dispelled some of the unease that had accumulated during our journey. We divided tasks efficiently, clearing ground, unpacking equipment, gathering firewood from the surrounding area. Working in pairs provided comfort against the oppressive silence that continued to dominate the forest. My partner and I ventured slightly beyond the clearing's edge to collect kindling. 50 yards from camp, we discovered an unusual arrangement of stones. Not quite a circle, more an irregular polygon, with each stone approximately the same size and partially embedded in soil. "Old campfire?" I suggested, though nothing about the formation resembled any fire pit I'd ever seen. "Maybe," my friend replied, clearly unconvinced. "Let's get back." Upon returning to camp, neither of us mentioned our discovery. The daylight continued its premature retreat as we worked to establish our temporary home. Tents rose along the clearing's perimeter, facing inward toward where our fire would burn. The arrangement felt instinctively defensive. As I secured my tent stakes, a sensation of being observed intensified. Repeatedly, I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to find someone, or something, at the forest's edge. Each time I saw only trees, undergrowth, and deepening shadows. Yet the feeling persisted, growing stronger as afternoon surrendered to evening. "Fire's finally catching," announced our designated cook, drawing everyone's attention to the center of our encampment. Flames illuminated faces with flickering orange light, revealing expressions that mirrored my own discomfort. No one spoke of it directly, but our typical camping banter remained conspicuously absent. Instead, conversation focused exclusively on practicalities, meal preparation, sleeping arrangements, weather prospects. As darkness claimed the forest completely, our fire became an island of light in an ocean of impenetrable black. Beyond its radius, nothing remained visible. Sound, too, seemed altered by nightfall. The crack of burning wood echoed strangely, while voices felt muffled, as though the darkness itself absorbed our words. Dinner concluded without ceremony. We huddled closer to the flames, drawing what comfort we could from their warmth and light. No one suggested ghost stories or other traditional camping entertainment. Instead, we discussed watch rotations with unusual seriousness. 2-hour shifts, pairs of 2, proposed our most experienced outdoorsman. No one goes anywhere alone, not even to relieve themselves. No one questioned these precautions. No one asked what threat justified such vigilance. Some knowledge requires no articulation to be universally understood. My watch assignment came during the deepest hours, 2 to 4 a.m. I retreated to my tent around 10, hoping to accumulate enough rest before my shift. Inside the thin nylon walls, isolation intensified every sensation. The whispering rustle of trees outside, the occasional snap of twigs from indeterminate distances, the gradual diminishing of voices as others sought sleep. Rest proved impossible. I lay on my sleeping bag, fully clothed including boots, staring at the tent ceiling where shadows from our diminishing fire performed unsettling dances. Time stretched elastically, minutes expanding into what felt like hours. At 1:45 a.m., a soft voice called my name from outside. My watch partner had arrived to collect me. I emerged into a drastically altered world. The fire had reduced to embers that cast minimal light. Cloud cover obscured stars and moon. The darkness pressed inward with tangible weight. "Anything happened during your shift?" I whispered to the friend I was relieving. "Nothing specific," came the careful reply. "But listen to the forest." I did, focusing beyond the immediate sounds of our camp. The absence struck me immediately. No insects chirping, no nocturnal birds calling, no small creatures moving through underbrush. Complete stillness prevailed, as though the entire ecosystem had evacuated. leaving only empty landscape behind. My watch partner and I positioned ourselves on opposite sides of the dying fire, facing outward toward the encroaching darkness. We maintained this arrangement for nearly an hour, speaking occasionally in hushed tones that seemed thunderous against the background silence. At approximately 3:10 a.m., the first distinct sound emerged from the forest's depths, a single sharp crack like a substantial branch breaking underfoot. Both our heads snapped toward the source, straining to penetrate darkness that remained absolute. Could be anything, my partner reasoned. Falling deadwood. Deer. Neither of us believed these explanations. 10 minutes later, another sound, closer this time. A rustling movement, prolonged rather than instantaneous, suggesting deliberate progress through undergrowth. My hand found the heavy flashlight beside me, fingers tightening around its metal body. Should we wake the others? I breathed. Not yet. Could still be wildlife. The third sound eliminated all ambiguity. A low, sustained exhalation. Distinctly breath-like but distorted somehow, as though passing through an unusual structure. It originated from the forest edge directly behind my tent, no more than 20 feet distant. My partner raised their flashlight, directing its beam toward the sound's origin. I mirrored the action. Twin beams cut through darkness to illuminate. Nothing. Empty space between tree trunks, undisturbed foliage, complete absence where presence had been unmistakably indicated. We maintained our lights on that spot for several minutes, neither speaking nor moving. Eventually, my partner whispered, "I'm waking everyone. Something's wrong here." Within minutes, our entire group huddled around the hastily replenished fire. No one questioned the decision to abandon sleep. No one suggested overreaction. Each face displayed the same recognition. We had intruded where we were not welcome. The remainder of the night passed in tense vigilance. Occasional sounds continued to emanate from the surrounding forest, always from different directions, always retreating before illumination could capture their source. We discussed departure but concluded that attempting to navigate the treacherous trails in darkness presented greater danger than remaining until daylight. None of us acknowledged the most disturbing aspect of our situation. The sense that whatever circled our camp was not merely observing, but evaluating, assessing, planning. First light arrived with excruciating slowness, gradient rather than decisive. Fog had returned overnight, shrouding the forest in diffuse gray that transformed solid objects into spectral approximations of themselves. Trees 30 feet distant appeared as vague silhouettes, their details lost in misty obscuration. Exhaustion had claimed most of my companions, who dozed in uncomfortable positions around the fire's remnants. I had remained wakeful, watching the darkness gradually dilute into murky half-light. With morning's arrival, I felt compelled to investigate our surroundings in daylight conditions, hoping rational observation might dispel night terrors. I woke my closest friend, explaining my intention to survey the campsite perimeter. Together we ventured toward the forest edge, maintaining sight of our sleeping companions. The ground revealed immediate abnormalities, depressions in the soft earth surrounding our clearing, roughly oval in shape and approximately 18 inches in length. "These weren't here yesterday," my friend noted, crouching to examine one such impression. "And they're all around us." Indeed, similar depressions encircled our entire campsite at irregular intervals. Some appeared shallow, others pressed deep into mud. None resembled any animal track I recognized. Most disturbing was their arrangement, all facing inward toward our camp, as though something had stood at the forest's edge, observing from multiple positions throughout the night. Our examination continued beyond this initial discovery. 20 yards into the woods, we found tree bark stripped at approximately 7 feet above ground level, far higher than deer or other typical forest inhabitants could reach. The exposed wood appeared freshly damaged, with moisture still beading on its surface. "Could be bear activity," my friend suggested without conviction. "Bears don't leave marks this precise," I countered, noting the methodical nature of the stripping. and they don't stand still to watch humans sleep. Further exploration revealed additional anomalies. A small stream running near our campsite contained several stones arranged in patterns inconsistent with natural water flow, deliberate placements forming crude geometric shapes. Nearby, we discovered an animal carcass, a medium-sized raccoon, with wounds defying explanation. The creature appeared completely drained of blood, yet no significant external injuries were visible except for 2 small punctures at the base of its skull. We returned to camp as others began stirring, sharing our discoveries in hushed conferences rather than group announcement. Unspoken consensus formed. We would depart immediately after breakfast, cutting our planned 2-night excursion to a single traumatic experience. Equipment failures happen, someone rationalized as we dismantled tents with unusual haste. Weather turns dangerous. No shame in adapting plans. These pretexts allowed us to maintain some facade of dignity. None admitted fleeing from threats we couldn't articulate or explain. None suggested supernatural intervention in what must surely have rational explanation. Yet our actions, the frantic packing, constant visual scanning of surroundings, rigid insistence on maintaining group proximity, betrayed our genuine understanding. Something had stalked our camp throughout the night. Something continued watching as we prepared for departure. Something waited for opportunities we were determined not to provide. Preparation for departure progressed with artificial normalcy. We consumed cold breakfast rations while systematically dismantling our brief occupation of the clearing. Conversation remained minimal, focused exclusively on immediate tasks. The persistent fog enhanced our isolation, creating the impression that our small group might be the last humans in existence. As I collapsed my tent, a distinct awareness crystallized. The forest's unnatural silence had evolved into something more insidious. Background sounds had returned, but with subtle wrongness. Bird calls lacked proper cadence, seeming mechanical rather than organic. Wind through branches produced tones that approximated whispers. The entire auditory landscape felt performative rather than genuine. "Does anyone else notice the sounds?" I asked, interrupting the methodical breakdown of camp. 5 faces turned toward me with expressions ranging from confusion to alarmed recognition. One friend cocked their head, listening intently before responding. "They don't match the birds," they observed. "The calls. They're not right for these species." Another added, "And they're not coming from the trees. They sound like they're coming from the ground." This observation, once articulated, became impossible to unhear. The mimicry of natural forest sounds originated from ground level rather than appropriate heights. Whatever produced these imitations lacked accurate understanding of the source material, creating approximate rather than precise replications. Our departure preparations accelerated to barely controlled panic. Equipment was secured haphazardly to the 4-wheelers and wagons. Personal belongings were abandoned if not immediately accessible. The pretense of normal expedition conclusion evaporated entirely. As we prepared to mount our vehicles, one friend suddenly froze, staring intently at the ground near our extinguished fire pit. Wordlessly, he pointed toward an indentation in the ash-mixed soil. We gathered around the discovery, understanding its significance instantly. A footprint, if such inadequate terminology could apply. The impression measured nearly 20 inches in length but with disturbing narrowness. No distinct toe markings appeared, only an elongated shape tapering to points at both ends. Most alarmingly, the impression's depth indicated enormous weight distribution along its unusual form. "That wasn't there earlier," someone whispered unnecessarily. "It's fresh," confirmed another. "The edges are still settling." This evidence of immediate proximity shattered remaining composure. We abandoned final preparations and mounted our vehicles with frantic urgency. Engines roared to life, shattering the forest's fabricated soundscape. As we prepared to depart, a final observation penetrated my awareness. The fog had developed structure inconsistent with natural meteorological patterns. Rather than uniform diffusion, it now presented concentrated cylindrical formations at regular intervals throughout the surrounding forest. These vertical fog columns held position despite air movement that should have dispersed them. Each maintained approximately human height, but with disproportionate thinness. Each remained absolutely motionless, despite the engine vibrations disturbing nearby vegetation. Each appeared to be watching our departure. I said nothing of this observation, fearing verbalization might trigger collective hysteria. Instead, I focused on the immediate task, guiding my four-wheeler back along the treacherous trail towards safety. We formed a tight procession, abandoning single-file protocol in favor of close proximity that sacrificed maneuverability for perceived security. The journey outward commenced with desperate optimism that would prove tragically unfounded. Our escape began with mechanical determination, engines straining against mud that seemed substantially deeper than during our inward journey. The lead four-wheeler established our route, retracing original trails where possible despite deteriorated conditions. Fog continued to limit visibility to approximately 15 feet, transforming navigation into near-blind pursuit of the vehicle immediately ahead. Progress proved agonizingly slow. Twice within the first mile, wagons became mired in concealed depressions, requiring group effort to extract them. During these stops, the forest's artificial soundscape intensified, bird calls increasing in volume but decreasing in accuracy, creating cacophonous parody of natural ambience. More disturbing were the glimpsed movements in peripheral vision. Tall, thin shapes that retreated before direct observation could confirm their presence. These manifestations occurred with increasing frequency as our journey progressed, always maintaining distance that precluded clear identification. Halfway through our planned route, disaster struck. The lead four-wheeler's engine sputtered and died while crossing a shallow creek. Water had infiltrated critical components, rendering the vehicle temporarily inoperable. Basic repairs might restore function, but required time we instinctively understood was unavailable. We double up on the remaining four-wheeler, decided our most practical companion. Abandon non-essential equipment. We need to maintain movement. This solution required significant sacrifice. Personal gear, camping equipment, even food supplies were consolidated to absolute minimums. The remaining four-wheeler would carry all 6 of us, 3 on the vehicle itself, 3 precariously positioned on the attached wagon. Weight distribution became critical conversation rather than the looming threat motivating our desperate arrangements. As we completed these adjustments, I noticed the fog columns had reduced their perimeter. Where they had previously maintained substantial distance, they now formed a loose circle approximately 50 yards from our position. Their formation suggested coordinated rather than random distribution. Their presence implied intelligence governing their arrangement. "We need to move now," I urged, interrupting debate about optimal seating arrangements. "Right now." Something in my tone silenced further discussion. We mounted our overloaded vehicle without additional deliberation. The engine protested against excessive burden, but maintained operation as we resumed our retreat from the increasingly hostile environment. Progress degraded further under these compromised conditions. Our speed reduced to walking pace in many sections, as the four-wheeler struggled against combined weight and adverse terrain. The fog thickened around us, limiting visibility to mere feet and forcing near-blind navigation. Most concerning, temperatures dropped precipitously despite midday timing, transforming exhaled breath into visible vapor. 3 miles from safety, we encountered our most significant obstacle: a massive tree fallen directly across our path, too substantial to circumvent through dense surrounding growth. This barrier had not existed during our inward journey, its fresh condition evident from still attached green leaves and unweathered exposed wood at the breakpoint. Could the storm have weakened it? Someone suggested, voice quavering. Examination revealed the disturbing truth. This tree had not fallen naturally. Its trunk displayed clear evidence of deliberate damage. Deep gouges penetrated the wood in methodical patterns, weakening the structure until collapse became inevitable. These markings resembled those we had observed on standing trees near our campsite, but executed with greater intensity and purpose. "We go around," decided our driver. "Backtrack to the last fork and take the eastern path." This alternative would extend our journey significantly, but offered our only viable option. As we prepared to reverse direction, a sound penetrated the fog. Rhythmic impacts suggesting bipedal movement, approaching rapidly from multiple directions. The noise surrounded our position completely, indicating coordinated convergence rather than random approach. "Get on now!" screamed our driver, gunning the engine before everyone had fully secured positions. We accelerated backward with dangerous speed, abandoning equipment that fell from our overloaded wagon. Bodies pressed together in desperate configuration as the four-wheeler fishtailed through mud. Multiple impacts against unseen obstacles threatened to overturn our vehicle, but somehow we maintained forward progress away from the blocked trail. The pursuing sounds maintained pace with our retreat, neither gaining nor losing distance despite our erratic movement. Their consistent rhythm suggested tireless pursuit unburdened by terrain limitations that hampered our mechanical escape. Reaching the previous trail fork, we executed a hazardous turn onto the eastern path, a route none of us had previously traveled. This trail ascended sharply, climbing terrain features that challenged our overloaded vehicle's capabilities. The engine temperature gauge rose alarmingly as we forced continued progress up the incline. "It should connect with the logging road," gasped our navigator between violent jolts. "Half-mile ahead." Whether this assessment proved accurate, we never discovered. 200 yards along this unfamiliar path, we encountered evidence that froze my blood. Multiple trees marked with the same gouging patterns we had observed throughout our ordeal. These markings formed crude arrows pointing back toward our campsite, suggesting territorial boundaries deliberately indicated. We had not escaped the threat. We had penetrated deeper into its domain. What followed exists in my memory as fragmented impressions rather than coherent narrative. The four-wheeler engine screaming in protest as we reversed direction again. Bodies clinging to each other as the vehicle slid down muddy inclines at uncontrollable speed. Fog swirling around us in patterns that defied natural air movement, forming momentary apertures that revealed glimpses of something keeping pace alongside our desperate flight. "The main trail!" someone shouted above mechanical noise. "We have to reach the main trail!" This objective represented our only hope. The established path wide enough for forestry vehicles, maintained sufficiently to permit rapid travel. If we could reach this artery, perhaps speed might accomplish what stealth and caution had failed to provide. Our driver abandoned caution entirely, pushing our vehicle beyond reasonable safety limitations. Twice we nearly overturned navigating sharp corners. Once, the wagon briefly separated from its hitch before slamming back into connection. Throughout this chaotic retreat, the pursuing sounds maintained consistent proximity, neither closing the distance nor falling behind despite our increasingly reckless pace. Miraculously, we identified junction markings indicating the main trail's approach. Hope surged momentarily as we rounded a final bend to discover the wider path stretching before us. This triumph proved short-lived. Across the main trail, at regular intervals extending in both directions, stood the fog columns we had observed throughout our ordeal. No longer maintaining distance, they now formed an unmistakable blockade across our escape route. In daylight, their structure became horrifyingly apparent. These were not meteorological phenomena, but physical entities using atmospheric conditions as partial concealment. Their forms defied rational description. Proportions suggested vague humanoid configuration but with impossible dimensions, height exceeding 7 feet, width narrower than anatomically viable, limbs articulated at joints inconsistent with mammalian structure. Their surfaces absorbed rather than reflected available light, creating void-like silhouettes against the forest backdrop. Most disturbing was their absolute stillness as our vehicle approached. No defensive posturing, no retreat from potential collision. They maintained position with complete confidence in their ability to halt our progress through means beyond physical interception. Our driver made the only possible decision. With wordless determination, he accelerated directly toward the center of their formation, aiming for the widest gap between entities. The four-wheeler's engine shrieked under strain as we charged the blockade at maximum achievable speed. The temperature plummeted as we entered their formation. Condensation instantly froze on exposed metal surfaces. Breath crystallized upon exhalation. Most alarmingly, the engine note changed, deepening, slowing, as though mechanical operations were being systematically impeded by proximity to these entities. We should have faltered there. By all rational expectation, our vehicle should have stalled within their formation, leaving us stranded among these impossible figures. What preserved our momentum remains unexplainable. Perhaps momentum itself, perhaps some limitation to their influence, perhaps intervention from forces I hesitate to name. The four-wheeler burst through their line with final desperate surge. Engine function normalized immediately upon clearing their proximity. Temperature gradually increased as distance grew between our position and their blockade. The pursuing sounds diminished for the first time since their commencement, suggesting territorial boundaries beyond which pursuit would not continue. We maintained maximum speed along the main trail, heedless of physical discomfort from overcrowding and violent motion. No one spoke. No one looked backward. Our collective focus narrowed exclusively to the path ahead and increasing distance from the nightmare behind. Civilization reappeared with shocking abruptness, first as maintained property boundaries, then as scattered rural structures, finally as the familiar driveway leading to my friend's property, where our journey had begun mere hours earlier. We arrived with vehicle nearly depleted of fuel, bodies battered from rough passage, minds fragmented by experiences defying rational categorization. We unloaded in silence, each processing individual interpretations of our shared ordeal. Equipment transfers occurred mechanically, without discussion of items abandoned during our retreat. Departure arrangements manifested without explicit coordination, each person gravitating toward their vehicle with unspoken urgency to separate, to return to environments where natural laws maintained reliable governance. No collective debriefing occurred that day, nor in subsequent communications. References to our experience emerged obliquely in later conversations, always couched in ambiguous terminology that avoided direct acknowledgement. That weekend in September became our shorthand designation, requiring no additional specification. Months have passed since our encounter. I have researched historical documentation of the region, discovering disturbing patterns in disappearances dating back to early settlement periods. Local folklore contains veiled references to entities matching our observations, though described through metaphorical frameworks reflecting each era's cultural context. I write this account not expecting validation or explanation. I document these events because silence grants greater power to experiences that thrive in absence of articulation. Whatever we encountered in those woods continues its existence regardless of our witness. Its territorial boundaries remain unmarked on conventional maps but are no less real for their official absence. I no longer venture into forests. I avoid locations where tree cover obstructs clear sightline to the horizon. I maintain lighting at night beyond reasonable necessity. These adaptations represent rational response to knowledge once gained cannot be unlearned. That wilderness contains more than ecological systems and natural predators. It contains watchers whose purposes remain their own. The first time I heard the sound, I was setting up camp in a remote section of Yellowstone National Park. A whisper that didn't belong among the natural forest sounds, something between a human voice and the wind through hollow bones. I dismissed it as exhaustion from the long hike. 3 days into a 2-week solo photography expedition documenting wildlife in the park's northern range, I hadn't expected company. My name is Michael Thompson. I've been a park ranger at Yellowstone for 15 years, though this trip was purely personal. After a decade and a half of watching tourists marvel at Old Faithful and warning them not to feed the bears, I thought I knew every inch of this wilderness. I was wrong. That night, I awoke to frost on the inside of my tent. Strange, given it was mid-June. The temperature gauge on my watch read 28 degrees, a sudden, inexplicable drop. Outside, the moonlight cast long shadows across the clearing where I'd made camp. The trees seemed to bend inward, their silhouettes forming a circle around my small sanctuary of nylon and aluminum. I checked my phone out of habit. No signal, of course. That's when I noticed the footprints in the thin layer of frost outside my tent. Human-sized but elongated, with strange indentations where toes should be. They circled my tent completely, then vanished into the tree line. Something rustled in the underbrush. I grabbed my flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness to reveal nothing. Just swaying branches and dancing shadows. But the unshakable feeling of being watched persisted. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the vast wilderness. "Anyone there?" Only silence answered. Then faintly, what sounded like my own voice echoed back. "Anyone there?" Sleep didn't come easily after that. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a coyote or a confused elk. Wildlife behaves strangely sometimes, especially around human encampments. But 15 years of ranger experience told me this was different. The next morning, the frost was gone, the temperature back to a reasonable 65 degrees. In the light of day, the footprints had vanished without a trace, making me question if I'd imagined the whole thing. I packed my gear and continued my planned route, pushing the experience to the back of my mind. Around midday, I stopped at a small stream to refill my water bottles. That's when I noticed the strange markings on a nearby tree. 3 deep gouges running vertically up the trunk. Too high and too precise to be from a bear. They looked fresh, the inner wood still light-colored and oozing sap. As I approached the tree, a putrid smell hit me, like rotting meat mixed with wet soil. I'd smelled death before in the park, usually elk or deer taken down by wolves. This was similar, but wrong somehow. Unnatural. I took photographs of the markings, then continued hiking, but found myself constantly looking over my shoulder. The forest had gone quiet. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. In my years as a ranger, I'd learned to read the wilderness. When it falls silent, something is very wrong. By late afternoon, I reached my destination, a small valley known for its elk herds and occasional wolf sightings. But the valley was empty. No wildlife, not even insects. I set up camp on a ridge overlooking the area, hoping the elevated position would give me some security. As the sun set, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and reds, I tried to convince myself that everything was normal. Wildlife patterns change, animals migrate, nothing to worry about. Until I saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the tree line below. Too tall and thin to be human, yet standing on 2 legs. It remained motionless, staring up at my camp. Even from this distance, I could feel its gaze boring into me. I fumbled for my camera with its telephoto lens, but by the time I focused, the figure was gone. The photograph showed only empty space where I was certain something had stood. That night, the temperature dropped again. Ice crystals formed on my tent fly as the thermometer plunged below freezing. And somewhere in the darkness, I heard it again, my own voice calling my name. Michael. Michael Thompson. No one else on this trip knew my full name. Sleep was impossible now. I sat awake, knife in one hand, bear spray in the other, waiting for dawn. And as the first light broke over the eastern ridge, I made a decision. I needed to find out what was happening. Little did I know that my curiosity would lead me into the darkest legend of Yellowstone, a nightmare the native tribes had whispered about for centuries, a hunger that never dies, a horror known as the Wendigo. The 4th day dawned with an unexpected radio call. My satellite phone, which I'd brought for emergencies, buzzed with static before a familiar voice broke through. "Thompson, you there? It's Sarah Johnson." Sarah was one of the newer rangers, a brilliant ecologist with a passion for wildlife conservation. I'd trained her myself when she arrived last year. "I'm here," I replied, surprised. What's going on? We've got a situation. Family of 4, the Martins, missed their check-in yesterday. Last seen heading into your area 3 days ago. Search parties being organized, but you're closest. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. Send me their last known coordinates. As the details came through, I realized the Martins' planned route would have taken them directly through the valley I was overlooking, the same one that had been unnaturally empty of wildlife. I'll start looking, I told Sarah. Keep me posted on the search team's ETA. Will do. And Mike? Jack Whitecloud insisted on joining the search. Says there's something important you should know. Jack was an elder from one of the local tribes who occasionally worked as a guide for the park. If he was concerned enough to join a search party, something serious was happening. Tell him I'll meet them at Junction Creek by sundown. After gathering my gear, I descended into the valley, following what should have been the Martins' trail. The silence was even more oppressive now. No wind, no bird song, not even the buzz of insects. Just my footsteps and breathing, both of which seemed too loud in the stillness. About 2 miles in, I found their campsite, or what remained of it. The tent was still standing, but had been torn open from the inside. Sleeping bags lay scattered, one still containing a child's stuffed animal. A family-sized backpack leaned against a tree, containing water bottles, energy bars, a first aid kit. All the essentials no one would willingly leave behind. But it was the ground that told the most disturbing story. Deep furrows ran through the campsite, as if someone, or something, had been dragged away. Multiple sets of footprints overlapped in chaotic patterns, small ones belonging to children running, adult-sized ones in pursuit, and among them, those same elongated prints I'd seen around my own tent. The temperature around the campsite was noticeably colder than the surrounding forest. My breath fogged in the air as I examined a strange substance on the tree trunks, a black viscous residue that smelled of rot and something else, something chemical and wrong. I documented everything, taking photographs and GPS coordinates. As I worked, the feeling of being watched intensified. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I found myself constantly turning, expecting to see someone or something behind me. That's when I heard it. A child's voice, faint but clear. Mommy? Where are you? It came from deeper in the forest, away from the trail. Everything in my training told me to wait for backup, but if one of the Martin children was still alive out there... Hello? I called out. National Park Service, is someone there? Silence then. Help me, please, I'm scared. The voice seemed to shift location, now coming from my left. I turned toward it, stepping carefully through the underbrush. Keep talking, I'll find you. This way. Please hurry. The voice led me deeper into the forest, away from the trail and campsite. Something felt wrong. The voice remained the same distance away no matter how quickly I moved. Still, I pushed forward, hoping to find a lost, frightened child. After 10 minutes of following the voice, I realized I'd been led in a complete circle, ending up back at the destroyed campsite. But now, something was different. My backpack, which I'd left propped against a tree, was gone. A cold realization washed over me. I was being hunted. I drew my knife and bear spray, backing slowly toward the trail. The forest seemed to close in around me, branches reaching like gnarled fingers. From every direction, I began to hear whispers, fragments of voices, some sounding like the Martin family, others like my fellow rangers, all calling for help. Breaking into a run, I sprinted back toward the main trail, no longer caring about tracking or evidence. Behind me, something crashed through the underbrush, something fast and large that moved with unnatural speed. I reached Junction Creek just as the sun began to set, finding Sarah Johnson and a small search party setting up a base camp. Jack Whitecloud stood apart from the others, his weathered face grave as he watched me emerge from the tree line. You've seen it, haven't you? He asked quietly as I approached, gasping for breath. Seen what? I managed between gulps of air. The hunger that walks, the Wendigo. His eyes, dark and knowing, held mine. It's woken again. The search party gathered around the campfire that night, flames casting long shadows across concerned faces. Besides Sarah and Jack, there were two other rangers I knew well, Rodriguez and Chen, plus a local search and rescue volunteer named Mackenzie. Everyone listened intently as I described what I'd found at the Martins' campsite. We should call in more resources, Sarah suggested. Maybe the FBI. No, Jack interrupted, his voice carrying a quiet authority that silenced everyone. More people will only mean more victims. I'd known Jack Whitecloud for nearly a decade. He rarely spoke so definitively, especially when it came to park operations. The others turned to him with varying expressions of skepticism and curiosity. You mentioned a Wendigo, I prompted. Jack nodded slowly, the firelight deepening the lines in his face. My people have known about this creature for centuries. It was once human, but transformed by the ultimate taboo, consuming human flesh. Now it hungers eternally, growing stronger with each victim but never satisfied. Rodriguez rolled his eyes slightly. With all respect, Jack, we need to focus on finding this family, not on folklore. It's not just folklore, I said, surprising myself. Something's out there, something that can imitate voices, create unnatural cold, something predatory and intelligent. Jack reached into his pack and pulled out a worn leather journal. My grandfather was a guide in these mountains. He recorded his encounters and the stories passed down through generations. He opened the journal to reveal intricate drawings, a gaunt, skeletal figure with a deer's skull for a head, unnaturally long limbs, and clawed hands. The details matched what I'd glimpsed at the edge of the valley. The Wendigo grows stronger in winter, but can manifest any time hunger and desperation take hold, Jack explained. It corrupts the land around it. Animals flee, plants wither. It leaves a trail of cold and silence. Sarah leaned forward. And I'm not saying I believe this, but if this thing exists, how do we fight it? You don't, Jack said grimly. You survive it. The Wendigo cannot be killed by conventional means. It can be wounded, temporarily driven away, but ultimately it must be trapped. He turned pages in the journal, showing ancient symbols and what appeared to be ritual instructions. There's a cave system about 5 miles north of here. According to my grandfather, it was used centuries ago to trap a Wendigo during a particularly harsh winter. The cave walls are marked with protective symbols. Chen, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke up. So what's the plan? We just lure this thing into a cave and hope some old drawings keep it there? Jack fixed him with a steady gaze. Do you have a better suggestion? Yeah, find the family and get everyone the hell out of these woods. And if they're already dead? I asked, the question hanging heavy in the air. Then we find whatever killed them, Rodriguez said firmly. And if they're not dead? Sarah added. If they're out there somewhere, injured or lost? Jack closed his journal. The Wendigo often keeps victims alive, especially in warmer months when its powers are weaker. It feeds on fear as much as flesh. A chill ran through the group. The implications were clear. The Martin family might still be alive, but in a situation too horrific to contemplate. We need to split up, I decided. Sarah and I will investigate the cave system Jack mentioned. If there's any truth to this, we need to know our options. Rodriguez, Chen, and Mackenzie continue searching for the Martins along their planned route. Splitting up is exactly what it wants, Jack warned. We don't have a choice, I countered. Every hour decreases the chances of finding survivors. As we set watch rotations for the night, Jack pulled me aside. There's something else you should know, he said quietly. The Wendigo doesn't just hunt randomly. It's drawn to certain people, those with darkness in their past or secrets in their hearts. What are you saying? I'm saying be careful what you think about out there. The Wendigo can sense guilt, regret, desire. It will use it against you. I wanted to dismiss his warning, but the memory of hearing my own name called in the darkness made me hesitate. "I'll keep that in mind," I promised. That night, the temperature dropped again, frost forming on our tents despite the summer season. I took the first watch, staring into the darkness beyond our camp. Twice, I thought I saw movement among the trees, a tall, thin silhouette watching our camp. But when I shined my flashlight, nothing was there. Around 2 a.m., Sarah woke for her shift. As I was about to enter my tent, she grabbed my arm. "Mike, look." She pointed to the ground around our camp. In the dirt, barely visible in the firelight, was a circle of those same elongated footprints surrounding our entire campsite. They hadn't been there an hour ago. "It's watching us," Sarah whispered. "Let it watch," I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Tomorrow we start hunting it." But as I zipped myself into my sleeping bag, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't the hunters in this scenario. We were the prey. And somewhere in the vast darkness of Yellowstone, the Martin family was experiencing horrors beyond imagination. Dawn arrived with a heavy mist clinging to the trees. After a tense breakfast, our group separated as planned. Rodriguez, Chen, and Mackenzie headed southeast to continue searching along the Martins' original route, while Sarah, Jack, and I prepared to locate the cave system. 5 miles north, you said? I confirmed with Jack as we shouldered our packs. He nodded, but his expression was troubled. "The journey will be more difficult than the distance suggests. The Wendigo knows what we're planning. It will try to confuse us, separate us." "Stay close. Establish frequent comm checks," I instructed, checking my satellite phone's battery. "If anyone sees or hears anything unusual, speak up immediately." Sarah adjusted her pack. "What about the cold spots? Should we be tracking temperature changes?" "Good idea," I agreed, distributing digital thermometers from my kit. Significant drops could indicate its presence. As we moved deeper into the forest, the mist thickened until visibility dropped to mere yards. Trees loomed like spectral sentinels, their shapes distorted in the fog. Our footsteps seemed muffled, as if the forest itself was absorbing all sound. Jack led the way, occasionally consulting his grandfather's journal and marking trees with orange surveyor's tape to ensure we could find our way back. After about an hour, he stopped abruptly, raising his hand for silence. "Listen," he whispered. At first I heard nothing. Then, faintly, voices. Multiple conversations overlapping, as if we were approaching a crowded ranger station or visitor center. But we were miles from any official park facility. "It's trying to lure us off course," Jack warned. "The voices aren't real." Sarah's face had gone pale. "That's my mother's voice. She's been dead for 5 years. I could hear it too, voices from my past. My father calling my name, an ex-girlfriend laughing, a fellow ranger who died in a rock slide years ago asking for help." "Ignore them," Jack insisted. "Focus on me, on each other, that's real." We pressed forward, but the voices grew louder, more insistent. The mist swirled around us, creating phantasmal shapes that dissolved when directly observed. The temperature began to drop noticeably, our breath forming clouds in the increasingly frigid air. After another half-mile, we discovered the first sign that we weren't just chasing legends. A massive tree had been marked with symbols similar to those in Jack's journal. Concentric circles with lines radiating outward, carved deep into the bark and filled with some dark substance. "My grandfather's generation renewed these markers," Jack explained, running his fingers over the symbols. "They form a boundary line. Beyond this point, the Wendigo's influence grows stronger." "So we're on the right track," I said, feeling a mix of validation and dread. Sarah had been documenting everything with her camera, but suddenly lowered it, frowning. "These readings don't make sense. It's 20 degrees colder here than it was 50 yards back." A branch snapped loudly somewhere behind us. We spun around, but the mist made it impossible to see more than a few yards. "We should keep moving," Jack urged. As we continued, the forest changed subtly. The trees grew more twisted, their bark blackened in patches. Fungi that shouldn't thrive in this ecosystem covered fallen logs. The ground became spongy underfoot, releasing a fetid odor with each step. "The land is corrupted," Jack murmured. "The Wendigo's presence poisons everything around it." 2 hours into our hike, we reached a small clearing where the mist thinned slightly. In the center stood a crude structure, branches and saplings bent into a dome-like shape, covered with, "Oh God," Sarah gasped, "clothing." The dome was partially covered with torn clothing, adult and children's sizes. I recognized a red jacket from the description of what Mrs. Martin had been wearing. Inside the structure, we found evidence of the family: a child's shoe, a man's wallet containing David Martin's driver's license, a woman's hair clip. But no blood, no bodies. "They were kept here," Jack said, examining the disturbed ground. "Recently." "Then they've been moved," I concluded, fighting rising panic. "Why would it move them?" Jack's expression darkened. "Because it knows we're coming." A child's scream shattered the silence coming from somewhere ahead of us. It was so sudden, so real, that we all instinctively moved toward it before Jack grabbed our arms. "Wait! Remember what I told you. It imitates voices." "What if it's not an imitation?" Sarah challenged. "We can't just ignore it." "We proceed carefully," I decided. Together. The cave entrance appeared suddenly through the mist, a dark gash in a rocky hillside, partially obscured by gnarled trees. Ancient symbols had been carved around the opening, similar to those we'd seen on the boundary tree, but more elaborate, more numerous. "This is it," Jack confirmed, his voice hushed with reverence and fear. As we approached the entrance, the temperature plummeted further. Ice crystals formed on our eyelashes and in our hair. The silence was absolute. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of wind. Sarah's thermometer beeped. 17 degrees Fahrenheit, she reported incredulously. In June. From deep within the cave came another sound, a child sobbing, followed by a woman's voice. "Please, someone help us." Sarah looked at me, her professional resolve cracking. "Mike, that sounds real." "Stay together," I repeated, but my own determination was wavering. The voices sounded so genuine, so desperate. We activated our headlamps and prepared to enter the cave. Jack stopped at the entrance, removing tobacco from a pouch at his belt and sprinkling it on the ground while murmuring words in his native language. "A offering of respect and a prayer for protection," he explained. The cave mouth seemed to inhale as we entered, a subtle shift in air pressure that made our ears pop. The temperature continued to drop, and our headlamp beams seemed dimmer than they should be, barely penetrating the unnatural darkness. About 20 yards in, the passage widened into a chamber. Our lights revealed ancient paintings covering the walls, depictions of the Wendigo and rituals to contain it. In the center of the chamber stood a stone altar, its surface stained dark. "This is where the binding ritual would be performed," Jack explained. Sarah was examining the wall paintings. "These symbols, some of them match the ones from your grandfather's journal." I approached the altar, my light revealing grooves carved into the stone surface, channels designed to direct flowing liquid. I didn't need to ask what kind of liquid they were meant for. A scraping sound echoed from deeper in the cave system, like claws on stone. We froze, listening as it grew louder, closer. "It's here," Jack whispered. The temperature plunged further. Our headlamps flickered, threatening to leave us in total darkness. And from a tunnel at the far side of the chamber came a sound that would haunt my nightmares forever. A hideous blend of animal growl and human laughter. Then, stepping into the edge of our failing light beams, we saw it. 8 feet tall, emaciated yet somehow powerful, with skin stretched tight over an inhuman frame. Its head bore the skull of a deer, antlers extending like a crown of bones. Where eyes should be, only dark, empty sockets that somehow still conveyed malevolent intelligence. Its mouth, God, its mouth, stretched in a grin too wide for any human face, filled with needle-like teeth. Behind it, barely visible in the darkness, huddled 4 figures, the Martin family, alive but terrified beyond reason. The Wendigo tilted its head, studying us with those empty sockets. Then it spoke, using David Martin's voice. They came to see nature. Now they're becoming part of it. It stepped forward, its movements jerky yet fluid, like a marionette controlled by an unskilled puppeteer. The air around it shimmered with cold so intense it burned. You know why I chose them, don't you, Michael? It continued, now using my voice. The same reason I chose you. The darkness inside, the hunger. Sarah raised her rifle, but Jack pushed the barrel down. Bullets won't stop it. The Wendigo laughed, a sound like breaking ice and snapping bones. The old man is right. Nothing stops hunger. Nothing stops me. It lunged forward with impossible speed. I shoved Sarah aside as claws raked the air where she had stood. Jack threw something from his pouch, herbs or tobacco, that burst into flame upon contact with the creature, causing it to shriek and recoil. "The altar!" Jack shouted. "We need to lure it there." Sarah fired her rifle despite Jack's warning. The bullet struck the Wendigo's chest, causing it to stagger but not fall. Black ichor oozed from the wound. "Get the family!" I yelled to Sarah, drawing my knife, a pathetically inadequate weapon against this horror. As Sarah darted around the chamber's edge toward the huddled Martins, I moved in the opposite direction, drawing the Wendigo's attention. "You said you chose me," I called to it, backing toward the altar. "Why? What darkness do you see in me?" The creature followed, its movements becoming more fluid, more predatory. "You already know, Ranger. The incident 3 winters ago. The hikers you couldn't save. The ones you found too late." A cold realization washed over me. It was reading my deepest regrets, my most painful memories. "That wasn't his fault," Sarah shouted, having reached the Martin family and begun untying them. "Everyone has darkness," the Wendigo replied, still stalking toward me. "Everyone has hunger. Yours is for redemption, Michael. An insatiable appetite that can never be filled." I continued backing up until I felt the stone altar behind me. Jack had circled around and was frantically drawing symbols on the floor with a piece of charcoal, recreating patterns from the wall paintings. "You've failed before," the Wendigo taunted. "You'll fail again. The family will die. Your friends will die. All because you weren't good enough, fast enough, brave enough." Its words cut deeper than its claws could, because part of me believed them. But as I looked past the creature to Sarah helping the terrified Martin family, something hardened inside me. "You're wrong," I said. "I may have failed before, but not today." I leapt aside as the Wendigo charged. It crashed into the altar, momentarily stunned. Jack completed the symbol circle and began chanting in his native language, his voice rising with power and conviction. The temperature dropped even further. Ice formed on the walls, cracking the ancient paintings. The Wendigo recovered and turned toward Jack, recognizing the greater threat. "Now, Michael!" Jack shouted between chants. "The binding requires blood freely given." I understood immediately. Drawing my knife across my palm, I let blood drip onto the altar and the symbols Jack had drawn. The effect was immediate. The symbols began to glow with a blue-white light, and the Wendigo shrieked in rage and what sounded almost like fear. An invisible force seemed to pull the creature toward the altar. It fought against it, claws scrabbling on the stone floor, leaving deep gouges. The Martin family, now free from their bonds, huddled against the far wall with Sarah protectively in front of them. "Keep going," I shouted to Jack, whose chanting had reached a fever pitch. The Wendigo fixed those empty eye sockets on me. "This prison won't hold me forever, Michael Thompson. I'll remember you. I'll find you again." "Maybe," I acknowledged. "But not today." With a final, bone-chilling howl, the creature was slammed against the altar by unseen forces. Ice crystals formed around it, encasing its limbs, then its torso, finally its skull-like head. The blue-white light from the symbols intensified until we had to shield our eyes. When the light faded, the Wendigo was gone. Or rather, transformed. In its place stood a grotesque ice sculpture, every detail of its horrific form perfectly preserved in crystalline stasis. Jack's chanting subsided, and he collapsed to his knees, exhausted. "It's done," he gasped. "Bound again, but not forever. Never forever." The Martin family wept with relief, clinging to each other and to Sarah, who looked as shell-shocked as I felt. "Is it dead?" Mrs. Martin asked, her voice hoarse from screaming. "No," Jack answered honestly, "but it's contained. The binding will hold for years, perhaps decades if we're fortunate." I approached the frozen Wendigo cautiously. Even in this state, I could feel malevolence radiating from it like cold from an iceberg. "We need to station guards," I said. "Set up a perimeter. Make sure no one ever comes here again." Jack nodded solemnly. "My people will help. This responsibility has been ours for generations." As we led the traumatized but miraculously unharmed Martin family from the cave, I couldn't shake the Wendigo's final words. It would remember me. It would wait. And someday, perhaps long after I was gone, it would hunger again. 3 months later, I sat in my cabin on the eastern edge of Yellowstone, watching the first autumn leaves drift from the aspens. My hand, still bearing the scar from the binding ritual, ached in the cooling air, a constant reminder of what lurked beneath the park's beauty. The official report on the Martin family incident cited exposure, disorientation, and mass hallucination induced by toxic fungi, a convenient explanation crafted jointly by park administration and Jack's tribal elders. The Martins themselves, after extensive debriefing and psychiatric evaluation, had agreed to the official narrative, too traumatized to fight for a truth no one would believe anyway. Sarah knocked on my door, entering with 2 cups of coffee. Since that night in the cave, we'd grown closer, united by a shared experience few could understand. "Rodriguez called," she said, settling into the chair opposite mine. "Another temperature anomaly near Lamar Valley. 3rd one this month." I nodded, unsurprised. "Within the established perimeter?" "Yes, but getting closer to the boundary. Jack's people say the binding is holding, but the Wendigo is testing its limits," I finished. After our encounter, Jack had shared more of his grandfather's journal, revealing a cycle we now found ourselves part of. The Wendigo had been bound before, many times throughout history. Each binding lasted longer than a human lifetime, but never permanently. And each time it broke free, it emerged stronger, smarter, more determined. "The new monitoring stations are online," Sarah continued, pulling out her tablet to show me a map of the park with dozens of temperature sensors marked in red. "If it attempts to breach the perimeter, we'll have advance warning." I traced the scar on my palm. "Warning won't be enough. We need to be ready." Since the incident, I'd thrown myself into research, collecting folklore from tribes across North America about similar entities. Jack had introduced me to elders from other nations who shared their knowledge of binding rituals and containment methods. I'd compiled everything into a manual, a guidebook for future rangers who might face what we had. "The special training program starts next month," Sarah reminded me. 10 rangers from across the national park system. Hand-picked, discreet, and skeptical, no doubt, I added with a grim smile, until they visit the cave. No one could stand before that frozen horror and remain skeptical. We'd established a secure facility around the cave entrance, disguised as an environmental research station, with round-the-clock guards drawn from both park rangers and tribal members. Only those with special clearance could enter, and only after extensive psychological evaluation. Because the Wendigo fed on weakness, on darkness within. Anyone harboring significant trauma or guilt could become its conduit to freedom, including me. "Jack called this morning," I told Sarah. "He's been translating some older texts. Apparently the blood bond works both ways. The binding ritual connected me to it somehow. Sarah's expression tightened with concern. What does that mean exactly? I dream of it sometimes, I admitted. I feel its hunger, its rage, its patience. I hadn't told anyone about these dreams before, not even Sarah. It's waiting, gathering strength. And it knows me now, knows how I think. Mike, maybe you should take a leave of absence. Get some distance. That's exactly what it wants, I interrupted. For me to run, to hide, to pretend it isn't real. Distance won't break the connection. The truth was more complicated than I could express. In those dreams, the Wendigo whispered to me, promised me things. Power, knowledge, freedom from fear. It probed my deepest insecurities and regrets, offering resolution if only I would help release it. So far, I'd resisted. But each night, its arguments grew more persuasive, more personal. There's something else, Sarah said, interrupting my dark thoughts. The historical research you requested came through. There have been patterns. She handed me a folder containing old newspaper clippings, ranger reports, and tribal accounts dating back to the park's founding. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, reports of wild men or forest demons appeared in clusters spanning roughly 50 to 70 years, consistent with the binding cycle Jack had described. It's happened before, I murmured, many times. And each time there were people who fought it, who bound it again. Sarah placed her hand over mine. You're not alone in this, Mike. That evening, after Sarah left, I stood on my porch watching the sunset paint Yellowstone's mountains gold and crimson. The beauty of this place had always moved me, had drawn me to become a ranger in the first place. Now I understood I wasn't just protecting the wilderness from human harm. I was protecting humans from what lurked within the wilderness. As darkness fell, I felt that familiar cold sensation, like being watched from just beyond the light. A branch snapped in the forest beyond my cabin. Probably a deer or elk. But I found myself reaching for the special pack I now kept by the door, containing Jack's herbs, iron implements, and my own blood stored in vials. I know you're there, I called into the darkness. I know you're listening, and I want you to know something. I'll be ready when you return. Only silence answered. But as I turned to go inside, I noticed frost forming on my porch railing, in August. And faintly, carried on a wind that shouldn't exist, I heard my own voice whisper back. So will I, Michael Thompson. So will I. The wilderness holds many secrets, beauty and terror alike. I've seen both now, and I can never unsee them. The tourists who visit Yellowstone marvel at its wonders, unaware of what sleeps beneath their feet, bound by ancient magic and modern vigilance. They say knowledge is power. But some knowledge is a burden, a responsibility that can never be set down. As I closed my cabin door against the unnatural cold, I understood that my life had fundamentally changed. I was no longer just a park ranger. I was a warden of older, darker boundaries. And somewhere in the depths of Yellowstone, frozen but aware, the Wendigo waited for me to fail. I don't intend to. I grew up in the remote foothills of the Cascade Mountains in western Washington during the early 1990s. Our family owned a substantial parcel of forested land that stretched from the valley floor up into the lower ridges. Our home, a sturdy two-story timber frame structure, stood as a testament to my father's craftsmanship. Dad built it himself over 3 consecutive summers, using locally sourced Douglas fir and cedar from our own property. Our homestead sat at the end of a winding gravel road, nearly 2 miles from our nearest neighbor. My father, Richard, worked as a long-haul trucker specializing in oversized equipment transport, which often took him away for extended periods. His routes frequently stretched from Seattle to Alaska via the Alcan Highway, requiring weeks on the road during his busiest seasons. Mom maintained our 5-acre vegetable garden and small orchard, while also working part-time as a bookkeeper for the local lumber mill. We were largely self-sufficient, preserving our harvest to last through the long winter months and hunting for supplemental protein. Dad taught me basic hunting and wilderness skills from an early age, including how to track animals, identify edible plants, and navigate using natural landmarks. By the summer of 1992, when I was 12 years old, I had become exceptionally comfortable in the wilderness surrounding our property. The forest was my playground, classroom, and sanctuary. Unlike many kids my age who gravitated toward video games and television, I preferred the company of towering trees, babbling creeks, and the diverse wildlife that called the Pacific Northwest home. My father had crafted me a handmade bow from yew wood for my 10th birthday, along with a set of practice arrows. I had become quite proficient with this gift, often practicing by shooting at fallen logs or setting up makeshift targets throughout the forest. I carried a small field guide to local plants and animals, meticulously documenting my observations in a weather-resistant notebook my mother had given me. I had an older sister, Sarah, who at 16 had developed different interests. While she had once joined me on forest expeditions, she now preferred spending time with friends in town whenever possible. This left me to my solitary explorations, which suited my contemplative nature perfectly. I had mapped nearly every creek, ridge, and distinctive landmark within a 3-mile radius of our home. Mom worried about my solitary wanderings, but Dad assured her that I possessed better wilderness sense than many adults he knew. As a compromise, I carried a whistle and was required to return home before dusk each day. This system had worked effectively for nearly 2 years without incident. The summer of 1992 had been unusually dry in our region. By early August, the forest floor crackled underfoot and seasonal creeks had diminished to mere trickles. Fire warnings reached critical levels, though our property remained relatively verdant due to the natural springs that dotted our land. Dad had been away for nearly 3 weeks on an extended haul to Prudhoe Bay in Alaska. Mom divided her time between her bookkeeping duties and preparing for the upcoming harvest season. Sarah had secured a summer job at the local diner in town, leaving me with abundant free time for exploration. During this period, I began noticing subtle changes in the forest. Wildlife patterns seemed altered. Deer congregated in areas they typically avoided, and the usual chorus of birds occasionally fell silent without apparent cause. I attributed these changes to the unusual weather conditions and continued my daily expeditions. On August 12th, Mom needed to drive Sarah to her shift at the diner and then attend to banking matters in town. I, as usual, planned a day of exploration. Mom reminded me to be home well before sunset and to carry extra water due to the heat. Before departing, she helped me prepare a lunch of venison jerky, homemade bread, and dried fruit to sustain me throughout the day. I set out that morning with my bow slung across my back, my field guide and notebook secured in a small backpack, along with my lunch and 2 canteens of water. My destination was a ridge approximately 2 miles northeast of our property, an area I had marked on my hand-drawn map but had not yet thoroughly explored. The ascent proved more strenuous than I'd anticipated due to the heat. By midday, I'd reached a clearing near the ridge summit that offered a spectacular view of the valley below. I ate my lunch there, recording observations about the unusual clarity of the air and the distant silhouette of Mount Baker visible on the horizon. After lunch, I continued along the ridgeline, discovering a narrow game trail that wound through a stand of ancient cedar trees. The massive trunks, some wider than my outstretched arms could encompass, created a cathedral-like atmosphere. The dense canopy overhead reduced the midday sun to dappled patterns on the forest floor, providing welcome relief from the heat. Following the game trail led me to a small valley nestled between 2 ridges. At the center of this valley lay a perfectly circular clearing approximately 50 feet in diameter. What struck me immediately was the absence of underbrush within the circle, just short, uniform grass, unlike the typical forest floor vegetation. At the center of this clearing stood a single young alder tree, its white bark gleaming in stark contrast to the surrounding conifers. I approached cautiously, scientific curiosity overcoming my initial wariness. The edge of the clearing formed a precise boundary between the typical forest undergrowth and the unusual short grass. I noted this anomaly in my journal, sketching the clearing and recording its approximate location on my map. As I completed my documentation, I noticed the forest had fallen unnaturally silent. The constant background chorus of birds and insects had ceased entirely. The air felt suddenly heavy, carrying a subtle metallic scent reminiscent of approaching thunderstorms, though the sky remained clear. Checking my watch, I realized it was already mid-afternoon. Concerned about keeping my promise to return home before dusk, I prepared to depart. As I gathered my belongings, a faint humming sound emanated from somewhere above the clearing. The sound gradually intensified, vibrating through my chest cavity like the bass notes of a powerful speaker system. Looking skyward, I initially saw nothing unusual through the small opening in the forest canopy above the clearing. Then, a pinpoint of blue-white light appeared, hovering directly over the young alder tree. The light expanded slowly, transforming into a pulsating sphere approximately 3 feet in diameter. I stood transfixed as the sphere descended toward the alder tree. When it made contact with the uppermost branches, the tree's leaves appeared to shimmer and dance, though no wind was present. The humming sound modulated, rising and falling in a pattern that seemed almost musical in its complexity. As the sphere continued its descent, smaller points of light, ranging from brilliant green to deep indigo, began to orbit around it. These smaller lights moved with startling speed, yet maintained perfect synchronization with each other. They resembled a miniature galaxy rotating around a blue-white sun. Overcoming my initial shock, I fumbled for my notebook, attempting to sketch what I was witnessing. As I did so, the primary sphere suddenly expanded to nearly twice its original size, emitting a pulse of light so intense that I was momentarily blinded. When my vision cleared, the sphere had split into 3 identical orbs, each now pulsating with a distinct rhythm. I heard what I could only describe as voices, not spoken language, but a series of harmonic tones that somehow conveyed meaning. I couldn't comprehend the specific content, but felt an overwhelming sense that the phenomenon was not random, but purposeful, perhaps even communicative. What happened next would become the most difficult part of my story for others to believe. One of the 3 spheres detached from the formation and approached me directly. As it drew near, I experienced a profound sense of calm, rather than fear. The sphere hovered approximately 10 feet away, at eye level. Without conscious thought, I extended my hand toward the light. The sphere responded by emitting a narrow beam that connected with my outstretched palm. Rather than heat, I felt a mild tingling sensation, similar to the static electricity of a balloon rubbed against fabric. This connection lasted perhaps 20 seconds, during which I perceived a rapid succession of images, mountain vistas, underwater scenes, celestial bodies, none familiar to me yet all somehow recognizable. When the beam retracted, the sphere rejoined its companions above the alder tree. The 3 lights reintegrated into a single entity, which then ascended rapidly, diminishing to a pinpoint before vanishing entirely. As suddenly as it had disappeared, the forest sounds resumed. Birds calling, insects buzzing, the distant gurgle of a small stream, as if nothing unusual had occurred. I remained in the clearing for several minutes, trying to process what I had witnessed. My watch, which had read 3:15 p.m. before the encounter, now showed 5:48 p.m. Over 2 hours had apparently elapsed, though the experience seemed to have lasted only minutes. Alarmed by the time discrepancy and aware that I would be late returning home, I gathered my belongings and began retracing my steps down the ridge. As I departed, I glanced back at the clearing. The alder tree, which had appeared ordinary before the encounter, now displayed a spiral pattern in its bark that ascended from the base to the uppermost branches. I navigated the return journey with considerable difficulty. Disorientation plagued me, causing me to mistake familiar landmarks and twice lead myself in circles before regaining my bearings. The setting sun cast long shadows through the forest, further complicating navigation. My typically excellent sense of direction seemed compromised, as if some internal compass had been temporarily recalibrated. When I finally emerged from the forest edge near our property, full darkness had descended. The lights from our home glowed warmly in the distance, and I could discern the silhouette of my mother's figure pacing on the front porch. As I approached, Mom rushed to meet me, relief and anger competing in her expression. "Thomas James Davidson, do you have any idea what time it is?" she demanded, simultaneously pulling me into a tight embrace. "I was about to call the ranger station." I attempted to explain my experience but found myself struggling to articulate what had occurred. My normally precise vocabulary failed me, and the extraordinary encounter seemed to resist conventional description. What emerged instead was a fragmented account that Mom attributed to exhaustion and possible dehydration. "You're burning up," she observed, pressing a hand to my forehead. "Inside, right now. A cool bath, dinner, and straight to bed." I didn't argue. My body felt unusually heavy, and a persistent buzzing sensation lingered at the edges of my consciousness. That night, my sleep was punctuated by vivid dreams, filled with geometric patterns and landscapes I had never seen. Vast deserts, tropical lagoons, Arctic tundra, all bathed in the same blue-white light I had encountered in the clearing. I awoke the following morning with a low-grade fever and unusual markings on my right palm, a pattern of interconnected circles resembling the rings of a tree, centered where the light beam had connected with my hand. Mom, concerned about potential exposure to some unknown plant toxin, applied a poultice of plantain leaves and kept me home to rest. Over the next 3 days, my fever subsided, and the markings on my palm gradually faded. However, other changes became apparent. My previously 20/40 vision had improved dramatically, a fact confirmed weeks later during a routine school physical, which recorded my visual acuity at 2015. I found myself able to recall information from books read years earlier with photographic precision. Most notably, my artistic ability, previously limited to rudimentary sketches, had developed extraordinarily. My drawings of the light phenomenon displayed a technical sophistication far beyond my previous capabilities. When Dad returned from his hauling job the following week, I finally found someone receptive to my account. Unlike Mom, who had dismissed the story as a product of heat exhaustion or an overactive imagination, Dad listened intently, asking detailed questions about the experience. "Your grandfather used to tell a similar story," Dad revealed after I completed my account. "He worked as a fire lookout in these mountains back in the 1940s. Said he saw lights dancing above the trees during a lightning storm. Nobody believed him either." With my father's encouragement, I documented my experience in detail, creating a comprehensive record that included drawings, maps, and a written narrative. We agreed to keep the full account private, knowing how such stories tended to be received in our small community. Dad accompanied me on a return expedition to the circular clearing 2 weeks later. We found the location without difficulty, but the scene had changed significantly. The perfect circle remained visible, but the central alder tree had died completely, its leaves brown and brittle, its bark displaying the spiral pattern I had described. Samples collected from the tree and soil showed no obvious contaminants or pathogens when later examined by a forester friend of Dad's. As years passed, I occasionally shared my experience with trusted individuals. Most reacted with polite skepticism or outright disbelief. The markings on my palm never fully disappeared, though they faded to faint white lines visible only under certain lighting conditions. My enhanced mental capabilities persisted, enabling me to excel academically and eventually pursue a career in environmental science. I returned to the circular clearing numerous times throughout my life, sometimes alone, sometimes with companions. The phenomenon never recurred, though I occasionally experienced unusual equipment malfunctions in the vicinity. Compasses spinning erratically, watches stopping temporarily, camera batteries draining inexplicably. The alder tree eventually fell and decomposed, but nothing new grew in its place. The circular clearing remained a perfect void in the forest undergrowth, defying natural succession patterns. Local wildlife seemed to avoid the area entirely. No tracks, no droppings, no evidence of feeding or nesting activities within the boundary of the circle. When I became a grandfather myself, I began sharing my experience with my grandchildren during summer camping trips on the family property, which I had inherited and preserved as a nature reserve. My story evolved from a personal anecdote to a family legacy, though I always emphasize the importance of critical thinking and scientific inquiry when discussing unexplained phenomena.